And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the WardiTV Monday number 27, your weekly dose of open StarCraft. I'm of course host VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, welcome, one and all. Exclamation mark, be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, the bracket is intense, and we have chosen our first series of the broadcast. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Sandworm, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. Hi, Bappy. And you know what time it is? It is time for predictions. It's time to get your gamba going, as predictions are now open in the chat. To place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck as we jump into our first PvP of the night. It's the first of many, I'm sure. Don't you worry, we'll get there into the rest of those matches. We'll be going over the rest of the bracket after this initial series. For now, we're focusing on our PvP. Welcome, welcome one and all. Share my papi, share my. Good to see you all in the chat. Bienvenidos, bienvenidos. Meanwhile, of course, this is a special, I was gonna say special edition of WardiTV Monday, but WardiTV Monday have since adapted and updated their map pool. As a result, 3 TLMC maps are in the map pool of this tournament. Specifically, it is going to be Killer's Mile, Persephone, and Sandworm. So there are 3 maps that have been introduced into this map pool. Which maps were removed? Well, specifically the maps that all tournaments have removed, that is Neon Violet Square, Abyssal Reef, and King's Cove. Those 3 maps, they have been removed. We have gotten rid of them and replaced them with other TLMC maps instead. Just another good way to feature them, and another good way to embrace some of these otherwise maps that a lot of people seem to be contend with and would rather play on. I mean, we see it even here. Like, we went through the veto process, and both Classic and Shameless did agree to play on Sandworm, not on one of the current ladder maps. So far, 2 gate opener out of Shameless. Likewise, 2 gate opener, my apologies. 2 gate opener out of Shameless. Classic going for a gate, Cyber Stargate into an expansion. Classic going for a much more greedy build here, going for the MaxPax. We'll see if he can get away with it. We'll see if Shameless can punish this. Shameless will have the option to go for a 1 base all-in. You can see Shameless does keep that probe here towards the left-hand side. Of course, welcome one all to Sandworm. We have casted many games on Sandworm. Sandworm does feature these teeth in the center of the map, these big traffic cones, if you will, which can disrupt movement. As you can see, Stalkers, they cannot go through those cones, but Workers and Adepts can. Oh, Proxy Pylon gets run down, and Classic, he does find the pylon. Massive scout there for Classic. Now he's aware of the aggression coming his way. Oracle's in production first, followed by, I would imagine, the Void Ray. Just to be safe, just to be secure, the probe is going to be racing back home. Looks like we're not going for an all-in. We might reinforce across the map, but there's no proxy. There is no proxy, there is no gateway or robo or stargate or anything crazy like that. Shameless is expanding instead. So getting in towards the early to mid game, we do see that Classic does have the advantage. Classic's expansion is almost done. His expansion is almost done. Shameless just now beginning. So you can already see here a massive economic advantage here for the side of Classic. This is because of his opener. It is risky to go for this opener. You are vulnerable to all-ins, but remember, Shameless isn't going for the all-in. Oracle gets across the map. Shameless does have 2 Stalkers in position, and so far Shameless, he will deflect, he will defend. The Oracle gets no damage so far. Likewise, Shameless does reinforce, pushing here towards that natural. Again, with that pylon does reinforce, warping in 2 Stalkers at a time. He's got 4, so it'd be 6. So it'd be 6 Stalkers, but what will Classic have? The Void Ray. Again, that's the power of the Stargate opener, is that you can make Void Rays. It is very common to make Void Rays when the defending Protoss player feels under threat. If they feel under fire here, it's all about those Void Rays. Void Rays, they're a great kind of like stopgap, like just defensive unit in the early game of PvP. They don't really scale well into a longer game. I would say they are worse than Immortals, for example, but, you know, they get the job done. They allow you to survive, they allow you to defend. Shameless keeps poking in though. Shameless trying to break down that front door, but alas, he does spot the army. 2 more stasis traps as well. This position is looking very difficult to break. A 3rd stasis trap gets thrown down, and Shameless backs off. Shameless, he does back up. He gets the hell out of there. Ooh, we are not casting the Sparkling Tuna. I'll have to get rid of that out of our current game. Once we finish up, I'll try to remember to remove the logos mod. But yes, we were casting the Tuna Cup last night. True. Casting the Tuna. But now, Void Rays are building up. And back at home, Shameless, he is likewise saturating on 2 bases. Now, as a reminder, Classic has had the better economy so far. Likewise, Classic has economic damage potential with this Oracle. Speaking of, dips in, gets 1. Gets 1, probe does dip away, doesn't, or barely takes a bit of hull damage, just a tiny bit. Although Classic, he's actually investing into another Void Ray. 4? Jesus, 4 Void Rays on the way. Now what this means, when you build up to this high of a Void Ray count, I would expect Classic to stop at 2, maybe 3 at most, but to get a 4th Void Ray tells us that Classic most likely is going to push. He's most likely going to move out to actually make use of this army on 2 bases. Shameless backing up, building up more Stalkers, no shield but on the low ground, getting ready for a 3rd expansion. So Shameless making up for his late natural with a faster 3rd. So we're a couple of seconds away. Meanwhile, we spoke earlier, hey, we noticed that high Void Ray count, that means that a push is coming. Now, Shameless did see the 3 Void Rays with the pylon, so that was a bit of a tell. There's that expansion on the way. Classic looking for a way in. Ooh, and Shameless, he will find him. Yeah, blinks forward, gets 1, gets the 1 Stalker, does focus down one of the Void Rays, but he will take a lot of damage. He'll take a lot of losses here. Ay, you can see the prismatic element on those Void Rays just annihilates those Stalkers. That's how many? That's 8 Stalkers. 8 Stalkers for 2 Void Rays. A brutal trade. And Shameless, he's losing too much. He's losing far too much here. He has to back up. He has to retreat, bleeding out another Stalker. These are expensive losses here for Shameless. Ooh, does snipe one of the Void Rays. Not bad. Snipes 1. Classic finally has to back up. Whew, and Shameless holds. Wasn't the cleanest of holds, but a hold nonetheless. Shameless does defend, does survive. Force field, that completely walls this area. Oh, he blinks in! Here he goes to dive anyway. He wants that Void Ray, and he will get it. Void Ray does fall. I guess another Stalker. Ooh, won't be able to quite blink away. Does fall back. And we have to take stock here. We need to take a moment to take stock as to what's been going on. Shameless, he has his 3rd base up, about to be up and running. Classic not too far behind, getting his own 3rd expansion. Looking at the install tab here, that was 15 Stalkers going down. That was so many losses here for Shameless. Imagine if he had these Stalkers now, he could threaten the expansion. But right now, Shameless, he has been having a really hard time trading efficiently here against Classic. Classic, meanwhile, again, he is done with Void Ray production. We never expected him to continue. Remember what we said? Remember what we said previously? How Void Rays are really only useful in the early game. Now we've gotten past that. Now into Immortal production. So Immortal's on the way, Gateway Explosion. Now, ooh, I was going to say whether it was going to be Charge or Blink, it was going to be a little bit more delayed here. That is one of the downsides here of Classic's build, is that his tech is later, is going for Glaives. This tells us that most likely Classic is going for an all-in. It is very popular and very trendy to go Massive Mortal Gateway Explosion into Immortal Adept. Adepts actually do a great job at just tanking shots. They do a great job at just tanking Stalker and Immortal shots specifically. So it looks like we're just going to be gearing up towards one big push. You want Shameless going for the gold. I glossed over it, but yes, on this map there are these center gold bases. They are a little bit more defendable because of the terrain, because of the dragon's teeth, the rocks as well. There's a lot coming into play here, at least defensively at the center gold. And I want to believe that Shameless can get into this gold base, but what's important and what Shameless needs against all these Adepts is going to be Archons. Temple Archives on the way. He needs as many Archons as possible. Now, the way that this works here, as the Immortals of Classic will be focusing on the Archons, and the Adepts will be protecting and buffering for the army. Meanwhile, the Archons, they need to mow through those Adepts before Shameless can get to the Immortals. Well, Zealous can be okay, true. They can be okay. I mean, Shameless is going to have to rely upon them, especially with that gold base. Classic taking his own gold, but one step behind. At least economically. Here comes that expansion timing. Shameless still building up. Glaive's about to finish. Prism is on the way, which tells us that Classic he will soon push. Here come those Archons. One so far. Should be 2. So 2 Archons, that's gonna help. Oh. Classic does get into the natural. There is a cannon in position. Cannon will deflect. Again, building up a lot of Charger Archon. I say that, second Archon's just now morphing in, only 2 Archons. Is that going to be enough? We'll see how the army's engaged. Mortals moving in. Again, the force field, sometimes try to lock this down. Stalkers from behind, going for the Prism. Doesn't quite get it though. Prism does survive. Immortals are going to be exposed, but an awkward fight here. The force fields, they get broken down. And the Prism does pull away in time. Does pull back. Zealot reinforcements are trickling in. There's just too much Protoss here. Classic, he will break through. He will break through, he takes on the Archon. Again, you can see the Adepts overwhelm. And there just wasn't enough splash damage here for Shameless. GG gets called, and Classic, he will break through. He will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Classic will take a lead in the series. They're going to sold game 1 out of Classic. We saw that Shameless's army still left much to be desired. The engagement, I feel like, was good for Shameless, but unfortunately there just wasn't enough there to buffer for tank for his army. Likewise, he only had a handful of Stalkers. Again, he bled out 15 Stalkers at the start of the game. If he had even half of that, he could have had a stronger performance there when it came to potentially sniping the Prism, or even trying to focus down some of those Immortals. Alas, was unable to. GG. GG well played, was overwhelmed, and with that, Classic takes the lead, but now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. Jumping to game 2. Oh, shout out to No Clone in the chat. I see No Clone. I see Turbo Quacker as well. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Good to see you all. So we are jumping into game number 2. We're here to find out if this takes us to the ace match, or if this all ends here and now on Amygdala. Then we can go over the brackets. I will try to remove the logos mod after this game. I'll do my best. Problem is, like, I can't remove it like mid-game. This doesn't allow for that. Has to be out of game. So get around to it. It'll be fine. At spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, leading the series 1-0. It is Classic. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Blue Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. Go. So we are going to be settling in, getting into our PvP. Now, as a reminder, last game we did see a different dynamic. We had Shameless initially opening up 2-gate Blink Stalker eventually, and he tried to break the natural. He wasn't quite able to. If you remember, that led into the Void Ray counterattack from Classic, where he killed 15 Stalkers. It was crazy just how much value he had gotten so early on. But that was also off the back of a Stargate opener from Classic. So we'll see how our players do differ here loading into Amygdala. And now Amygdala is a much larger map in the map pool, longer rush distance by ground. So I would say that it is safer for Classic to go for a Cybercore. It looks like that's what Classic is going for. So Gateway into Cybercore. What I find interesting is that Shameless is doing the same. So Shameless is going for the same build, but again, I would say that it is a little bit easier to get away with this as, oh, Classic, he does rush into the expansion, never mind. Okay, Classic off of 1 Gas Geyser, he does rush into the expansion. We'll take the natural, very greedy build here by Classic. Once again, economically, Classic is 1 step ahead. He's 1 step ahead. Meanwhile, across the map, Classic is pylon blocking. He's here with the probe. His goal here is to delay the expansion of Shameless for as long as possible. Shameless is forced to make a Zealot as a result. He did throw in his Cybercore further back in the main base, so it's going to be Gate into Cybercore into a second Gateway. This feels like a 1 base all in. You would not throw down the second Gateway this early on without good reason. Zealot has popped out. A probe is killed, and Classic, when he loses this pylon, he will not have any vision. Not yet. Won't have any vision here of what's going on. Shameless, yep. Gateway, another Gateway, 1 base all in. One way or another, Shameless, one way or another, the game is going to end. Either Shameless kills Classic, or he dies trying. And again, remember, Classic did go for a very greedy opener. He does follow this up with a Stargate, so the Stargate is designed for that Void Ray production that we did see in Game 1. The Void Rays are designed to keep a player safe in the early game. Now, this may be Oracle and then Void Ray. We'll see how safe Classic plays this. It should be Oracle first, though. It should be Oracle first. There's that proxy pylon. So we have 3 gates at home, and we should be getting a proxy 4th gate across the map. So it's going to be a 1 base, 4 gates all in. It's going to be vanilla Stalkers, no Blink, bear that in mind, just pure Stalker production. Meanwhile, ooh, Phoenix first at a Classic. Interesting. Now, I think I favor Shameless here. Now, Phoenix first, this is a hard counter to proxy Robo. Oh, he barely doesn't see, barely does not scout this. Now, proxy Robo, the reason why this would be a hard counter, Phoenixes, they can lift, of course, the Immortals. They can lift the Immortals one at a time. They can even focus down the War Prism as well. Phoenixes are a great defensive tool, or at least they can be, but against 4-gate Blink, sorry, 4-gate 1-base Stalker all in, I mean, Phoenixes are a little bit less useful just because lifting a Stalker has less value than lifting an Immortal, as there's going to be more Stalkers as well. So here we go. Stalkers are warping in. Classic, there we go. Now going for the Void Ray. Did open up double Phoenix, then into a Void Ray. Now this does mean that Classic is going to be down a Void Ray that they otherwise would have, and the Phoenixes, yeah, they're not going to do well here. They're going to be targeted down. One of them getting low, taking a lot of hold damage. Stalkers, they push in. Does go for the lift. Within range of the shield battery. Oh, second shield battery's on the way, and looks like one Stalker is going to go down. Just barely. And wow, with that, Classic is holding. Classic is holding on. Void Ray is on the way. Again, those shield batteries putting in a lot of work. The boys are being pulled. Shield batteries are running out of energy, but now he has the Void Ray, and you can see the power of that Void Ray takes out another Stalker. Shameless still trying to work his way through. And again, bear that in mind. Shield batteries, they have no more energy. No more energy on these shield batteries. But there we go. We have 2 more shield batteries on the way. Classic throwing them down in a panic. He knows he needs them. He knows without them he cannot hold on. As we are warping in 4 Stalkers at a time. Once again, boys are being pulled. Void Ray takes a big volley. But those shield batteries are going to finish. Yeah, they're going to finish. Their base is getting low. Shameless. Delicate dance here. Ooh, bleeds out a Stalker. Loses 1, loses 2, loses 3. 3 Stalkers going down. Brutal losses there for Shameless. Losing a 4th Stalker. Ay. It's basically a warping of Stalkers going down. Does get 1 Void Ray though. For another Stalker, that's going to be 5 Stalker kills. Losing up to 6. Gets the Void Ray though. Ooh, gets the Void Ray. Yeah, 6 Stalker, 7 Stalker goes down. Losing an 8th. Again, these are rough losses for Shameless. And the longer this goes on, the better it's going to be for Classic. Classic is down to 1 Void Ray. There's 1 Void Ray left. Can he get it? It's close. Goes to the dive. Doesn't, yeah, not quite. Yeah, Void Ray will survive. Stalkers, they get baited in. They do focus on the Stalkers at least, and even one of the Phoenixes. That's going to be another dead Stalker. It's just too many losses. Too many losses here. 15 in total. Stalkers have gone down. Too many losses. Still reinforces. I mean, the army is still low in HP. There's still potential. Base is still getting low. Shameless looks like he can get the expansion. Does focus on one of the voids. Not bad. Oh my god, almost gets the other. There we go. Does get the natural. Takes out the Void Ray. Void Ray does fall. So does the natural. No NG overcharge. And Shameless, does he have enough to keep going? God, that's still so many shield batteries. Oh my god. There's 8 shield batteries. But he's got the burst damage. Oh my god. You one-shot a Stalker. Once again, boys being pulled. Remember, there's no expansion. There's no follow-up. There's nothing behind this. Oof. Stalker does take a lot of hits. Sorry, I meant to say the Phoenix takes a lot of hits. He tanks a lot of damage. For the Void Rays. As behind the Shameless, there we go. There's the expansion. Shameless technically ahead in bases. And right now, the name of the game here, the win condition for Shameless, is not to kill his opponent, but to contain. To contain Classic. Ooh, takes out a Phoenix. To contain Classic on 1 base for as long as possible. And to ideally preserve this army. Ooh, another Stalker goes down. Void Ray is getting out of hand. to 3 Void Rays. Natural base almost done. Shameless is almost there. He's almost there. Natural's being rebuilt for Classic. Now Classic, he has no tech behind this. There's no Twilight Council, there's no Robo. You see Shameless going to be taking into Blink. Adept gets in. Adept, I believe, does scout the expansion. Yep. Classic knows. Once again, we built up to 4 Void Rays. And the game will continue from here. Okay, so Classic does defend. He does defend, he does survive. Did lose a lot of workers. He lost 13 probes and he lost an expansion in the process. And even though I will say that Shameless didn't trade amazingly, because Shameless lost 23 stalkers in the process, he does get the expansion. And it's getting fully saturated. So Shameless, he actually has more efficient mining going on. Classic uses long distance mining instead. So Shameless does have a greater economy. He's working towards Blink. He's still got his 4 gateways. From here, he can go for a Forge or even his own Robo for Immortal production, which I would not be opposed to. Speaking of Immortal production, there it is. Immortal's on the way for Classic. Now, Classic, he has to play out this quote-unquote mech style of PvP. What I mean by that, Void Rays and Immortals. That's what he has to rely upon because there's no Twilight Council, there's no gateways. He cannot reinforce with like Blink Stalkers. He cannot supplement his army with a gateway force. He needs those Immortals. And I wouldn't even be opposed to a 5th Void Ray, but he doesn't have the money for it. Ooh, Shameless. Blink is going to finish up in 2 seconds. He can blink into the main. Let's go for the pylon. Going for the pylon. Pylon goes down. Gets a Void Ray. From here he can blink out. He can try to. Oof. Does blink away. Leads out a couple of Stalkers. Shameless getting a 3rd, taking more expansions. I would still feel better about this if Shameless had a Robo of his own. Just getting another gateway. Getting into charge. Shameless is containing Classic. Peeking with the army. Gets a Stalker. Stalker Twilight Council on the way. This should be for charge from the side of Classic. As charge also be ideal for a more supportive army. Meanwhile, Shameless, I would love to see a if not a Robo, then at least a Forge for upgrades. Just so Shameless can maintain a lead over his opponent. Right now, his advantage isn't looking too amazing or too great. So just getting more gateways, charge. Glaive's on the way for a Classic. Once again, just like the last game, it's going to be Glaive, Adepts, and Immortals. So Classic overwhelming Shameless previously with this composition. We'll see if Shameless can fare better this time. Now, straight up, Shameless does have the better economy. Now, he hasn't taken gases, not yet. There it is. There's the Forge now on the way. It's a bit of a late Forge. We'll see if it comes into play. Regardless, is at least in production. Templar Archives, that'll be for the Archon production with Templar. Army-wise, we're getting into very similar compositions that we saw in Game 1. And Classic is pushing. Now, again, I was really concerned with the late Forge, and because the Forge was so late, it means that this upgrade is not going to be a factor in this next big fight. Likewise, Temple Archives also is delayed, and Archon production may just finish in time for this, but it's going to be close. It's going to be a very close hold. I don't see any shield batteries. Like Shameless, he has had the economic lead, that is true, but he hasn't really been able to accomplish much with that greater economy. Oh, trying to collapse in. Very nice force field. Stalkers, they dive on forward. They're going for the Immortals. They get 1. They're going to barely get 2, but this is not going to be ideal here. Yeah, Zelts are running out. Classic, he does overwhelm. But he did lose, was it 2? Yeah, 2 Immortals. 2 Immortals went down. Shameless, he pulls away. He's got his 1 Archon. Let's go. Blinks forward. Go for the Prism. Prism is going to go down. Denies the warp in. Very nice pickup. And without that warp in, SKillous, he has enough. He has enough. GG gets called, denies the warp in, overwhelms the army, and SKillous will tap the series. We are going to the ace match. Oh my god. GG, well played. We are going all the way to game 3. A very intense game 2 there. Again, SKillous, he did have the economic advantage. I was concerned that he wasn't making the best use of that lead, but in the end, did still overwhelm the army, did deny the warp in. GG. Whew. GG, well played. As now we're jumping into the ace match. And we'll see how this story ends. We'll see if this goes the way of Classic or of SKillous. Let's go. Let's go. As it all ends here. It all ends here in the ace match. Bappy, we know how to pick series. We saw it, Bappy. We saw it ahead of time. Did see the starting match. We knew what we wanted, and we jumped into the PvP and spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines. We have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, being forced into the ace match. We'll see if we can recover. It is a Classic. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player representing Team Little Fairy. It is SKillous. Here we go. Now, coming into this, I still do, I mean, we all have to favor Classic coming into this series, but SKillous, he is a player that can and has threatened Classic before, forcing the ace match. Already a big win here for SKillous. Can he go all the way? Can he go the distance? Can he force Classic, or can he bring him down here in the first round of the WardiTV Monday? Oh boy. Now, first things first, Classic, he has gone for an economic build every single game so far. This time, double gas. Double gas here. Remember, last game, Classic, he skipped the gas geyser for a faster Nexus, but that was also an Amygdala. Amygdala is a larger map. This is a smaller map of the map pool. Oh, as it looks like something has come up, so hopefully everything's okay. But this is a smaller map, so it is unwise to try to rush into a faster Nexus. So this time, what do we see? Double gate. Double gate opener out of Classic and double gate opener out of SKillous. Both players mirroring each other. Both players going for standard openers, more aggressive starts this time. Here we go. These are going to be more aggressive starts. And hopefully everything's okay. You know, maybe like some Uber Eats is at the door, or alas, maybe like a cat has jumped on the desk. It's happened before. It's so hopefully everything's okay. Shane was just asking for a pause. But I hope everyone has been having a great weekend, and hope you're all enjoying your start of week as well. As we're getting to Tuesday, or it's actually, yeah, almost Tuesday here. Looks like the first round is wrapping up, and we'll catch up on those first round matches. We'll get there. We will get there. There's a lot of updates. Something that I can and will say, which is one of the reasons why we jumped on this series initially, is that this series leads into Solar. Solar, he got a walkover in the first round, so Solar is waiting for the winner of this match, waiting for either Classic or SKillous. It's going to be a ZVP regardless, but Solar, as we did speak on last week, and especially during the podcast, Solar right now, he's on his redemption arc. He's been struggling quite a bit for quite some time, and he is on that, and I mean, now is the time to feature him. It looks like we have our players. Looks like we have SKillous back. SKillous is back, and now we can focus on our ace match. Go. Speaking of, SKillous going for the proxy pylon. Pylon's gonna be proxy. Now, as a reminder, if you weren't here for the start of the game, 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of SKillous, 2-gate opener out of Classic. With this, we can go for a very real proxy. Now, based on the location, this looks like proxy Stargate. Looks like a Stargate, looks like it won't be an all-in, but we'll keep an eye on Shameless. I mean, potentially we could throw down the we could throw down the Robo, but there it is, Stargate. Stargate's on the way. The reason why we assumed it was going to be Stargate is because this location is close by air, but it's long by ground. So a proxy Robo wouldn't make sense in this location. With a proxy Stargate, the goal here is to get economic damage done. Meanwhile, Classic going for a Robo in the main. Classic, he does scout, he does confirm that the pylon was missing, true, so he knows that something is wrong, he knows that something is amiss, he knows that the pylon is out there on the map, and this is a very strong response. This is designed to hard counter a one base all-in. But Proxy Stargate is not all in. Proxy Stargate leads to an expansion. It's to deal economic damage, that is true, but Shameless should be expanding behind this and transition. As there's the Oracle on the way, designed to hunt down workers. Now, Classic, this initial response, yes, it is very safe and it will shut down any all-in if he were up against one, but he can also turn this into all-in base all-in as well. If Classic doesn't expand, if Classic throws down a third gateway and a fourth gate, then Classic can just commit. Probe comes in and Classic, he scouts, he confirms. Classic, he sees no expansion yet, but he also confirms that the Stargate at the Orb. Behind this, yep, gateway. Extra gateway, what does this tell us? This tells us that Classic is going for the all-in. He's going for a one base all-in. And Shameless needs to confirm, because Shameless, he's the one expanding. He pokes in, sees the Robo. Big Scout sees the Prism as well. Now, what does Shameless not see? He doesn't see the gateway count, and he doesn't see the lack of expansion, but he's about to. The Adept is moving in, and this Adept is going to have a crucial moment. A crucial scout is going to confirm there is no expansion. It is a one base all-in. Okay, breaks forward. There we go. Shameless knows. He knows what's going on. Back at home, Robo's on the way for Immortal production. We need warp-ins. Oh no! Oh, the Oracle's going to go down. Oh, brutal pickoff. Oh, does escape. Whew, does barely get away. For these Oracles, they haven't really gotten much damage yet. There's another revelation. Back at home, we need shield batteries, immortals, and more shield batteries, and more immortals. It's not going to be an easy hold. So Classic is moving out. Warp again, extra stalkers, 3 stalkers at a time. Shield battery is almost done. Classic's moving in. Classic going for the kill. Oh, shield battery's not done. He gets 1 stalker. He gets 1. He takes down the sentry as well. Yeah, nice control so far, and Classic is overwhelming. He's just overwhelming the army here. Very nice control, losing a single stalker. Oh my god. Barely pulls away. Hey, the juggling is brutal. The immortal has arrived, but doesn't matter. Nah, it doesn't. It doesn't matter. Classic, he is done. He breaks through the defensive line, takes down the soldiers, takes down the immortals. GG gets called, and Classic will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the round of 16. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Classic. He does pull off the 1 base all-in. Unfortunately, Shameless, he did overcommit into his Stargate production. He did make 2 oracles, and unfortunately, they didn't really accomplish anything. I mean, I say that he overcommits, but you could argue that maybe the oracles, they could have thrown down stasis traps back at home or been influential in another way, but alas, it was a big investment, an investment that didn't really produce anything, right? Like, it dealt no economic damage and didn't help in the defense either. Nothing aggressive, nothing defensive. GG. GG, well played. In the end, the oracles, they were dead weight, and in the end, Classic does overwhelm. Congratulations. We'll advance on to the next round, and we are here to find out where that takes us, and we're here to follow Classic into the round of 16. Here we go. Gonna follow him in, exclamation mark. Be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. Oh, un momento. As we head on over to hopefully look for our players. And there it is. We have our matches wrapping up. Okay, so from the top here, we have Jumi. Jumi takes on hearthstone 2-0. Jumi's up against herO in the next round. Big shout out to Jumi. Jumi popping off here. Do love to see it. Again, hearthstone, I should say Jumi has been on the rise over the past couple of months. Jumi has been very, very hot and very on fire when it comes to the upper echelons of European Pro Tours players. So it does take the series up against herO in the next round. Best of luck to Jumi. Scrolling down, we have Showtime. Showtime takes down Brome. ByuN takes down Dash. Showtime up against ByuN in that second round. Best of luck as they are mid-series. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have Dark. Dark, he takes down Dave Latos. Creator takes down Nickract, also into the ace match. I'll be honest, I was very torn between either Shameless versus Classic or Creator versus Nickract. I was very torn as to what series to jump into. I wasn't quite certain which one, and in the end we did choose the PvP. Meanwhile, Creator now up against Dark in that next round. So best of luck to Creator and Dark. They're mid-series. They just began their matches. Showtime versus ByuN, also mid-series, scoring down. Cure takes down Mocha. SKillous takes down Percival. We have Cure versus SKillous in that center part of the bracket. Scrolling down a little bit further. We do have some more matches here. We have MaxPax. MaxPax waiting for the winner of Lambo and Geralt. We have Zan waiting for the winner of Bunny and Milky Cow. We have Clem waiting for the winner of Trigger and Ryung. And we have our next series, Solar versus Classic, is about to begin. Let's go. I say it's about to begin. I'm a little bit concerned here. I can't quite find them on the Korean server. Un momento. Korea's looking a little bit bugged for me. So if I can't find Solar versus Classic, then I'll probably jump into game 2 of Dark versus Creator. That's probably going to be the plan. Merge. But yeah, groups are looking a little bit bugged. Unfortunately. I say groups. Yeah, channels on Korea looking a little bit bugged. So we're gonna have some downtime. We're gonna have some downtime. Again, the one of the reasons why we jumped on Classic versus Shameless was to see Classic versus Solar, but may not happen, unfortunately. May have to look for another series instead. Is unfortunate. Catching with the chat. I see there are some players who have seemed to have hit that next level recently and tearing it up. Yeah, players like Geralt, Nickract, Shameless, Jumi, Mana. There's a lot of players here that have been doing really well. I mean, hey, we just saw Shameless take a map off of Classic. We saw Nickract go to the ace match against Creator. For sure. But yeah, it looks like we have some downtime. Tentatively, we might cast Solar versus Classic, but most likely we're going to be jumping into Dark versus Creator game 2. So we're going to be going on a break, and when we come back, we'll have some more StarCraft. See you soon. See you then. See you then. See you then. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OST as we've returned. We have returned with our second series of the night. As I mentioned before, unfortunately, we weren't able to make our way into Classic versus Solar. Unfortunately, they did begin without us, so we did have to find another series instead, and we are jumping in mid-series and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of First Line. We have our South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg. It is Dark. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss. It is Creator. And if you're in the chat, to get your gambling going because predictions are open, place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our second series here of the broadcast. And Creator, he is up 1-0. I do apologize for not being able to be a part of game one, but again, initially our goal was to follow Classic and Solar. Didn't really happen, unfortunately. They did just start out their matches and they're well underway. Unfortunately, we did miss them, but alas, instead we at least have found ourselves in another series. When it came to game one was on Persephone. Persephone, you should recognize that map as a TLMC map from the Team Liquid map contest. So that was game one. Did go into the mid game. It was like around, I want to say like around a 12-minute game. We had 4 races versus 4 base, and we saw Creator snowball out of control. But now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Let's see if Dark can bounce back and force the ace match. Again, Dark, he's very inactive nowadays, so it's always amazing to catch some Dark whenever we can. I was hoping to catch him Solar just because Solar, he's currently on his redemption arc, and Solar did defeat Clem not too long ago as well, so I was hoping to maybe catch him Solar, but maybe in the quarterfinals, if he makes it that far. We'll see. For now, focusing on Creator and Dark. Here we go. Now, Hatchgas pull standard opener out of our Zerg player. Likewise, we have our own gate expanded to Cybercore. Standard opener so far. We don't really expect anything too crazy early on, but we do keep our eyes on Dark because Dark is hyper aggressive. Dark, he often avoids late game. He's often hyper aggressive and he often goes for all-ins, whether it's Ling Queen Nidus all-ins or Queen Roach Ravager walks across the map, German taxis, Ling play, or even Ling Hydra all-ins on 3 bases is kind of what we expect out of Dark. Meanwhile, Twilight Council opener from Creator. Let's go. Does go for the Twilight Council. Does go for that Twilight Council here. And with this can be either an early Blink build or most likely early Glaives. This can also be early DTs into an early Dark Shrine. We'll see if he pulls out a gas. We'll see if he does pull out. If he stays in gas, this should be a Dark Shrine. Oh, let's hit Super Saiyan 2. I mean, again, if you've been following our chronicling of Solar's story over the last, like, what, 4 months, Solar, you know, you don't rise unless you fall. And Solar, he's been slumping for, like, 4 or 5 months at this point. But last week, he had an amazing redemption. He had just amazing, just performance in a lot of tournaments. We did go over it during the podcast, so it's great to see the return of Solar. He is in form. Meanwhile, Dark Shrine opener here. So as we mentioned, stayed in gas, so DTs. So DTs here from Creator, as we did say. Back at home, Dark is going to be droning, getting his 3rd base. Dark has yet to go into the main base. The Overlord Scout was denied. He tries to poke in, but he doesn't really see much as to what's going on. We should be seeing a safety Roach Warren and a safety Spore out of Dark, just because he's unfamiliar or unaware as to what's happening. So Dark should be playing a safety. Yep, there we go. Safety Roach Warren. And we should be seeing a safety Spore here at the natural as well. Momentarily. The Roach Warren will help against Adepts, will help against even Archons. Ideally, yeah, you want to show these Adepts to Dark, so you want to sell the story that it's going to be an Adept-based opener. Dark, he sees the Adepts. And I don't see a Spore yet, by the way. I'm getting a little bit concerned. Lings are amassing Dark. He's responding. There we go. He's responding almost like it is going to be Glaive Adept. So there it is. We have the Spore on the way. Whew. Spore's in production. And the Spore should finish in time. Should finish in time here. As DT is waddling in. And Dark is ready. Dark, he's safe and sound back at home. From here, Creator should expand. He should be working towards his 3rd base. Speaking of, that's what happens. Creator does pull away. And once Dark confirms, he drones. He's running on up. Third expansions in production here for Creator. With this DT opener, this is turning into an Archon drop follow-up. This is designed to hunt down Overlords, to potentially threaten some workers, to trade against Lings, and to maybe even catch a Queen. Really, more than anything, this does provide map control. It does allow Creator to just force Dark to be more defensive, and to allow Creator to expand. Speaking of catching Overlords, does find a couple. Oh yeah, the Overlords are going to get picked off. Massive catch here for Creator. He gets one, he gets another. This is on Dark. Dark, he was aware of the DTs, yet he didn't pull away the Overlords. He's going to be losing 3, actually. Oh my god. Heavy supply block for Dark. Yeah, heavy supply block here. We have 4 Overlords in production. And Dark did slip up. This should not have happened. Archons, they keep moving in. At the same time, we have a massive Link counterattack. And Links are on the way. Back at home, Adepts are going to get surrounded. They do shade away in time. One Stalker does fall. Adepts, they should shade. Oh my god, not without losing 1, 2, 3 Adepts. Oh, Creator. Oh my god. Creator, he almost does go over the Queens. Pulls away, saturating his third. He's saturating, getting into Blink, +1, throwing down more gateways, getting to his own immortal production, and getting into the mid game. And so far, I would say that Creator's in a better position. Creator, he was able to catch 4 Overlords, even here, catching out all these Lings. Does shave them off. Coming in for the Scout. And Dark, he's throwing this into Roach Hydra. So we're committing into a Roach Hydra based composition. We'll see if Dark saturates his 4th. For now, Dark, he's on 69 workers. Nice. But this is looking like a 3 base all in. It's looking like Dark, he's going to just mass up with Roach Hydra on 3 bases. Work towards these upgrades, of course, but then just commit and max out. Which is what we expect out of Dark. So we'll see if he drones. If he drones, then, you know, I have to eat my own words and be like, okay, so Dark is going to throw down like an infestation pit and a lurker den and get into hive tech and actually saturate. But it doesn't look like that's what's happening. Meanwhile, Creator, he's moving out very early on here. I'm a little bit concerned. The War Prism is back at home. So this is, yeah, risky for Creator. Has to be careful, especially because, again, Dark is not droning. Dark is not droning. Hallucinations, they get eyes on the 3rd base saturation. Ideally want to get eyes on the 4th, though. At least confirms no tech. There's no hive, no infestation pit, no lurker den, at least not in the main. Or at the 3rd. Technically, that tech could be at the natural. Dark, he does squeeze out a couple of workers here. A couple of drones. But again, he's not taking. He is maxing out. So as we mentioned, maxing out on Roach Hydra. I believe mixing in a couple of Ravagers, or not quite. So just Roach Hydra. And this is going to be a tough hold here for Creator. We have spoken time and time again about the difficulties of defending on Frostline, specifically because of how open the 3rd and how open the 4th base is. You can attack from multiple angles, you can get a greater concave as the aggressing player. Speaking of, here comes Dark, he's going to knock down that 4th base. We'll see if Creator can hold, we'll see if Creator can survive. It's not going to be easy. Shield batteries have begun. Creator, he does hunt out the Overseer. Dark, he's maxed. He's maxed out 200 supply of Roach Hydra. And you can see Dark setting up the surround. Again, this is just how open Frostline is. Does dive forward. The Immortals, they do pack a punch. But the Archons are going down one after the other. There's no juggling here. There's no War Prism, despite that very nice force field. Whew. And there's no detection. The DTs. Yeah, Dark Templar, they get warped in. And Creator, he holds. Whew, he does hold, he defends the base at the same time as 7 drones going down across the map to some BT counterattacks. Nice damage. And now I have to worry for Dark, because remember, what did Dark do? Dark didn't drone. Dark has saturation here, but Dark, he's just now droning. He's still on 69 workers. Dark, he just now starts up his own hive. He has no lurker tech. No hive, no vipers, not yet. So Dark is in trouble here. He needs more damage. He's moving out, he's trying to catch out these Immortals. There are force fields. Yeah, Creator, he makes it back. Does get up to the ramp. Dark, he cannot chase him, he cannot follow him. He has to back off. Oof, it's going to be a cancelled 5th. 5th base is denied. And Dark, he has to retreat and wait for his hive. And because he's forced to wait like this, and because the Hive is late, and again, this is late Hive, this is late tech for Dark, because he was all in, because he did max out, Creator, he is now catching up in supply, and he is going to build up a more efficient army with more Colossus, more Immortals. I say that, still just has the one Colossus for now. Oh, he's on one Robo. He's only on one Robo, so his Robo production is very limited. Reinforcing with extra Stalkers. Lurker Den's on the way, it's halfway done. And again, this tech is late for Dark, but if Creator gives him time, then Dark can eventually get into those Lurkers. Creator's pushing there. Yeah, Creator is moving out, and Dark is not ready. We'll see if he can buy time, we'll see if he can catch out these Stalkers. Creator, he does blink away. Dark moving in. Creator, he's getting caught in the open. We need those force fields. Clutch force fields. That's my time. I believe the Prism. Yeah, Prism went down again. Creator, he's been quite careless with that War Prism. And does keep falling. And here we go. Dark coming in for the full surround. Oh, this time coming in from behind, getting on top of the Immortals. And Dark, he will surround the army. And Creator, he overextended. He overextended specifically without that War Prism as well. Stalkers, they reinforce. That's just too many losses here for Creator. And Dark, he's done it. He has survived long enough to get into Hive Tech, to start up upgrades to get into Lurkers. To get into those Lurkers. There it is, Lurker upgrades are on the way. Now suddenly the death blow of an army that Creator once had with Immortals, with Archons, with Colossus, it's gone. Suddenly he lost everything and now it's only Stalker. So Dark, he's in the driver's seat. At this point he's in the driver's seat, it's just pure Stalker left for Creator. He has money, he has minerals, but he's lacking in gas. And again, he only had the one Robo, so he can't reinforce or he can't rebuild what he lost. Not easily. Lurkers are revealed, and once Lurkers come into play, again, Creator, he's just not really set up for Lurker tech. Not anymore. He had his window, he had his timing, and he missed it. Creator did miss it. Now here comes Dark, now with the Lunkers, Papi. The Lunkers have arrived. Lurker range about to finish up. It's purely Blink Stalker here out of Creator. Does catch out some reinforcements. Oof. But has to pull away. And pure Stalker like this doesn't scale well. It just doesn't scale well here against a higher Lurker count. He does catch one, he does catch two Lurkers. Oh god, still brutal losses though. And Dark, he's going for the kill. He's going for the kill. He's going for the throat. Creator, he's sniped. Oh no! He gets called out. He gets around a GG, gets called, and Dark ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. Whew, GG. We are going to game 3. Again, Creator was honestly in a very good position after defending the 4th base. He was looking on fire. He was looking in form. He even had the larger army supply. You can even see it here. Creator, he is of course the red line, and you can see there at 10-minute mark, like he had the larger army, he had the greater force. But what happened in those moments, as a reminder, what did Creator lose? He lost the War Prism. He was the first to lose the War Prism. That was the first thing that went down, and he got caught out in the open. It was just a really awkward angle of attack there from Creator. He was caught out in the middle of the map. He got completely surrounded from every single angle, and he couldn't micro, couldn't control. Again, he lost that War Prism. He couldn't reinforce, more importantly. Oh. And now we're getting into game number 3. Getting into the ace match, and we'll see how this story ends. We'll see if this goes the way of Dark or Creator. We have seen both players excel, both players do well. Makes sense that we've made it to the ace match, and honestly, this could go either way. This could go either way. The pressure is on, as game 3 is going to be on Ultra Love. Oh boy. Ultra Love is going to be coming up next. And it's going to be an interesting one. It's a smaller map of the map pool, true, is a smaller map. I expect, once again, more aggression out of our Zerg player. And here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love. We have our South Korean Zerg player, our blue Zerg. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player. Being forced into the ace match, we'll see if we can bring it back. It is a Creator. Go. Now, Ultra Love is an interesting map. Ultra Love is a smaller map, smaller than Frostline, so shorter rush distance by ground, so aggression will hit faster and will hit harder. That is true. So when I look at Dark and when I look at Ultra Love, I do see like 2 or even 3 base all-ins, similar to what we saw last game, where Dark, he only droned up to 69, and then he maxed out on Roach Hydra. The push failed, and he wasn't able to break Creator, but that's kind of more what I expect here out of Dark. It's just very committed play from him. On the flip side, though, yes, it is true that the map is small and the rush distance is shorter. That is all true. But at the same time, to make up for that, the bases are more defendable. So here at the linear third base, we have a more narrow choke point. Compare this third to the third bases on Frostline. We mentioned it. On Frostline, it can be very difficult to defend those locations and defend those bases just because of how open Frostline is. Here, a lot of choke points. There's more choke points. Even here in the center, we have a bridge. We have another narrow bridge here. We have a ramp that's also narrow. We have another ramp on the right-hand side, also narrow due to those rocks. So there's a lot of choke points here on Ultra Love. So if the defending player is a little bit more proactive, you can make use of these ramps, you can make use of these choke points, and you can take these better fights even with a smaller army. Likewise, here we have the indestructible tower. Tower can be knocked down. You can wall this area off. So there's a bit of a give and take here. Typically, because there are so many choke points, we often see a lot of all-ins actually avoid the third and go straight in between the bases instead, and straight for the natural. We have seen some relative success with that kind of approach instead from the side of Zerg, but we'll see. We'll keep an eye on Dark. Again, I'm assuming he's going to be aggressive, but even if that's true, there's a lot of different forms of aggression and layers of aggression as well. Whether it's Nidus-based, Roach-based, Ling Hydra-based instead, even Ling Bane. Once again, Twilight Council from a Creator. Now, we saw this last game from our Protoss player. If you remember, last game he didn't pull out a gas, which meant it was a Dark Shrine opener into DTs into an Archon drop. We expect to see that here as well, unless he pulls out. If he pulls out a gas, then we expect Glaives. So we'll see which one he does opt for. If he pulls out a gas or stays in. Back at home, Hatch Gas spawned to a third base, standard built here by Dark. Meanwhile, stays in gas, should be a Dark Shrine. Now, the other option this could be is if it is Glaives, it could be Glaives plus Dark Templar and plus a Dark Shrine, but the probe is in position and is about to throw it down. There it is. Dark Shrine is on the way. So the same opener that we saw previously, and as we saw, like, this opener isn't all in. It is aggressive, that is true, and it needs to get damage done, but this leads eventually into an expansion into a third. The DTs are designed to get economic damage, the Archons are designed to keep Dark busy to hunt down Overlords. Last game, 4 Overlords were killed. That was just so much damage early on, getting 4 Overlords in Game 2. Here in Game 3, we'll see if Creator can be as successful with his DTs and Archons. You shall see. As Creator does move out. Once again, the goal for Creator should be to make it look like a Glaive Adept opener, to try to scare Dark and to ideally make him skip the Spore. For now, safety Roach Warren timing here from Dark. At around the 350 mark. So safety Roach Warren. Prism moves out. Adepts, they do threaten a shade. We should be seeing that Spore. There it is. Okay, Spore's on the way. Spore's in production. Dark Templar warping in. Fun fact, this time Creator, he only warped in 2 Adepts. He didn't reinforce with an extra 4. And DTs, can he go for the expansion? Oh, Prism takes a lot of hits. DT's going for the Queens, and he doesn't get them. Clutch transfuse, Queen survives, Spore's about to finish, and instead DT's are going for the third, but the Spore's repositioning. Yeah, Spore does reposition. DT's are head towards the main. We have 1 Dark Templar here at the natural. Drones are going to be going down, but he gets 1. Just the 1. Oh, can he even go for the spawning pool? Oh. Yeah, checks the main. Sees that there's a Spore. Meanwhile, gets another drone. DT walls away. Yep, going for the spawning pool. Spore repositions. The spawning pool may still go down though. Oh, it's gonna be close. Survives. And all in all, so far, a good defense here by Dark. So far, good defense. And now we should be seeing those Archons. Dark, he lost 2 drones. He was forced to reposition, but more than anything, Dark, he does defend quite well. A couple of these overlords have not pulled back. Ling's going for a counterattack. There are less adepts to defend. Oh. Remember, there are less adepts. And Ling's able to surround. Meanwhile, the Archons, they attempt to trade. So far, oh my god, the adepts do survive. Not sure how, but Creator, he hasn't lost anything yet. Not so far. So these are nice trades, but no major losses for Dark. As Creator, this time he does go for very early Immortal Production. So he starts Immortal Production earlier than previously. Again, he did skip Adept Weapons in favor of the faster Robo. This feels like a risky move here from Creator. He wants those roaches. He does want them, does earn them away. Oh, one Archon gets picked up. And Creator, he did miss the pickup. But Creator, he will shut down every single one of those roaches. Roaches are going down. The Queens are in position. Another Overlord's gonna fall. But Dark holds. Dark is holding on. Creator still amassing up more Immortals. Dark going for a Ling run by. Creator is for the most part in position. Will defend. Charge is revealed. Going into charge instead of blink also confirms that Creator, he's going to go for a charge timing with Immortals and Archons. He's going for a big 3-base push. Creator is being more aggressive than previously. And Dark, upon seeing charge, knows that. So he sees the army composition. He should be aware. And back at home, Dark, he's cutting workers once again at 69. That's 3-base saturation. And massing up Roach Hydra. Similar to the previous game. Except this time Dark is going to be the defender. And I'll be honest, I favor Dark more so in this position than last game. Because Dark is not over-droning, he's not being greedy. Dark, he should be ready for this. He should be. And he is. Like, it feels like Creator's playing into Dark's hands. Like, Dark, he wasn't going to drone to begin with. Like, he was like he was already going to mass up an army anyway. Creator pushing forward. Oh, we get a decent concave from both players. And nice spread here from Creator. Dark trying to keep up. The Archons, well, one of them does fall down. But the Zealots, they're breaking through. They get on top of the Hydras. Hydras are falling. And looks like Creator, he breaks through. He breaks through the defensive line. Dark, he was taking up towards Hive, but Dark is broken. And Creator, he will take the series 2-1. Whew, GG. GG, well played, Creator. He will eliminate Dark. Again, the concave there was in favor of Creator. Dark, he had his own forces as well. I did notice that Dark was teching. Dark, he threw down Infestation Bit, and Dark did, in the middle of that defense, he actually made a couple of drones. He made 4 drones in the middle of that defense as well, which I thought was a little bit greedy there. I still think he could have gotten away with it, at least I thought so. Clearly not. Clearly not. Dark being a little bit too greedy there, not taking the aggression as seriously, and Creator, he breaks through. He breaks through. GG, well played. Creator, he will advance on into the next round, and Dark is eliminated from the tournament. Question becomes, who's up next? Who is up next? Let's go. Was this Dark's last tournament before military service? We don't know the dates of his military service, so Dark, he might play in... Dark, he might play like in a future event. It is possible. As we're trying to catch up on the brackets. Trying to figure out where we are. Okay, so Creator, he does advance on to face off against the winner of Cure and SKillous. Meanwhile, Showtime versus ByuN, currently mid-series. Winner goes up against herO. As herO takes down Jumi 2-1. Hold on, I'll try to catch up here. Bam, there we go. So herO, he takes down Jumi 2-0. Not 2-1, 2-0. herO waiting for the winner of Showtime and ByuN. Creator waiting for the winner of Cure and SKillous. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have MaxPax versus Lambo, currently mid-series. Geralt did force Lambo to the ace match. Very nicely done there by Geralt. Zan and Bunny, mid-series. Clem 2-0 Trigger. Solar took down Classic 2-1. And Clem versus Solar is currently mid-series. Currently ongoing. I believe that's being covered by Wardy. I believe. I think they're in game 1? Question mark? Yeah, they're in game 1. We just missed them. We did just miss them, but they're in game 1. And now we have to figure out where we're headed. I'm not too fond of the idea of jumping in mid-series all the time. We could jump into game 2 of Clem versus Solar. I do think that would be a lot of fun. Zound versus Bunny, then mid-series. We could wait for Cure versus Skills to finish. We could wait for that to wrap up and try to follow them into Creator. True. Could try to follow them into Creator. Otherwise, yeah, we could wait for Showtime and ByuN to finish to follow that into herO. I guess for now, like, again, it's been just a really shaky broadcast just because we missed Solo versus Classic. It's been really shaky, and it's, yeah, we don't really have like a cohesive path that we're following right now. So we'll try to figure it out. We'll do our best. We'll do our best. We've been having Dark Stars tournament before military service for like a year or so. I wouldn't say that. I would say right now we have confirmation that like Dark, he is going to the military soon. This is why Dark is barely playing in anything. So I would not like correlate the two, because if you've been watching StarCraft over the next 3 months, you'll know that Dark he has significantly cut back when it comes to competing in tournaments. So I think that is indicative of that is more so indicative than not of him slowing down and getting ready to step away as well. So I don't think I would make that comparison. From here though, yeah, I guess we have some downtime. He also has yeah, he's also kind of a pappy. True. It's also kind of a dad. I think he spoke on it that he was happy that he could be there for like the birth of his child and be there for like the starts of his daughter's life before going to the military as well, which was really wholesome. Wholesome pappy. But yeah, I guess for now we are going to be going on a break. Here, and when we come back, we'll have a series. Again, I do apologize for the downtime here, but it's just been a shaky tournament. So we'll either be jumping into a fresh series in the quarterfinals, or we'll be jumping mid-series into Clem versus Solar. At some point, we do have to meet up with Wardy, just because the semifinals are going to be held for Wardy, so we have to meet up anyway. So we have to, yeah, be a little bit wise when it comes to which quarterfinals match we jump into as well. Otherwise, we might miss the semis if we're not careful. So for now, we're going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have our next series. When we come back, we'll have some more StarCraft. So we'll see you soon.
Morning.
welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OSC as we have returned. We have returned here, and we're jumping in mid-series into Clem versus Solar. We're here in the quarterfinals of the WardiTV Monday. Again, we missed out on game 1, but we are here for game number 2. One of these days, we'll get into a fresh series. I mean, like every single time, we barely miss out on game 1. Every time. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. But we do jump in mid-series, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have our French Terran player. We have our blue Terran representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. Here we go, and again, Solar, he is on his redemption arc. He popped off, I should say, winning 2, almost 3 events last week. It was crazy to see Solar's performances, and Solar, he was able to excel against Protoss and against Terran. Solar did defeat Clem last week in the Monday Night Weeklies, so very impressive performance there by Solar. We'll see if he can replicate that success though, because already he is down in the series. Game 1 was on Whispers of Gold. Whispers of Gold is a little bit more favored towards aggressive Terran play, and we saw Clem just go for a standard 7-minute timing with Bio Tank. He was able to overwhelm Solar, and Solar did have a very hard time defending on Whispers of Gold, but that is typically what we expect. Typically here in this matchup, especially in current meta, Zerg players do want larger maps to give them as much time as possible, as much breathing room to defend against these more aggressive timing attacks. Before we get into it though, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series against Solar. He has been on fire recently. He did defeat Clem last week, did bring him down in the Monday Night Weeklies, but we do see that he's now down in the series. Personally, I hope to see an ace match. I would hope to see an ace match regardless of the outcome, regardless of whether or not Clem makes it or Solar makes it. I would love to see game 3 between these two, but the pressure is on as Clem comes in with the SCV Scout. Now, welcome one and all to Persephone. Again, Persephone, this is a new TLMC map. We have been casting this map very often. I would say this is one of the more popular maps in the Team Liquid map contest, and you can even see here the players that are willing to play on it even more so than current maps in the ladder map pool. It does go to show and does say something about the current maps in the ladder map pool. Like, there's definitely a lot wrong with them, or I should say there's definitely a lot that players as well as viewers alike not too fond of here, especially when it comes to some of the older 2017, 2018 maps that were decided to be added to the map pool. This is also why all the tournaments have removed them. KSL, Sparkling Tuna Cup, Turtle Tussle, WarTV Monday, Monday Night Weeklies. I think all online, or I should say most online open cups have removed those 3 old maps from the map pool and replaced them with other TLMC maps instead. WarTV Monday being the last to really adopt that. But finally, let's go. Finally, as of last week, Wardy did decide to finally get rid of those old maps and did replace them with TLMC maps. Did capitulate? We got him back. We got him. As we have 3 CC, 3rd CC before Starports, economic build here by Clem. Meanwhile, Clem does poke in, and Clem is going to be zoned away and forced back. Here we go. As we're getting into the rest of our game. Oh, my apologies before I get ahead of myself. It's going to be a 3 CC 2-1-1. Hello. Clem being a little bit more aggressive here, going for an earlier timing. Now, before we get into this build, welcome one and all to Persephone. If you maybe haven't watched the CranKy Ducklings over the past week, maybe you haven't seen this map, but here on this map, there are a couple of features. We have a healing pad. We have a healing pad on the right-hand side. We have an alley of speed zones on the right-hand side as well, all leading into this gold base. So there is a lot of unique features on the right-hand side of the map. Meanwhile, Hellions, they bust into the mineral line so far. 4 drones going to be going down. Decent damage so far here from Clem. Does get those 4 worker kills. And bearing in mind, Clem, his Hellion count is going to be very low because of the 2-1-1. Here, we should be seeing an add-on swap. Yep, add-on swap into mass bio production. This is going to be a stim timing with 2 medevacs with 14 Marines. I say 14 Marines, we do see Clem actually makes an extra Hellion, so this will eat into his Marine count. This might mean he's going to be pushing with like 12 Marines instead, or 13 Marines. So the Marine count is going to be a little bit lower than it usually is. But again, he's going to sacrifice his Hellion count for a higher and earlier bio army instead, for that stim timing with the medevacs. So that is on the horizon. Meanwhile, we do see Solar trying to defend, trying to maintain himself. The rush distance by ground on Persephone is quite short. I would say it's not as short as Whispers of Gold, but I would say it's kind of like middle of the road when it comes to the rush distance by ground. Likewise, you can expand away from your opponents. You can try to rush in towards the goal bases as well. That is going to be a factor. Getting a 5th base can be a little bit more awkward on this on this map. But we'll see how Solar does expand and where he gets his 4th. Whether he expands towards the corner or towards his opponent instead. Meanwhile, the medevacs are on the way. The Marines are building up. So far, 13 Marines. Looks like we will get up to the higher Marine counts. Yeah, just barely. Getting up to 16. So 16 Marines here for Clem. In towards that double drop across the map. Meanwhile, Solar, he's going, ooh, double Eva Chamber first. Okay. Cheeky move. Basically, we have a greedy build here from Solar. Solar, he delays his lair. The lair just started. So very late lair here and late Baneling Nest, but earlier upgrades. So earlier 1-1 upgrades here out of Solar. This tells me that Baneling's and Baneling's speed is going to be delayed this game, and there's going to be a window where Solar has to defend without Baneling's or Baneling's speed. So there's a window here that Clem can abuse. So far, Clem, he does rotate, does unload. Does threaten the would-be 4th. Speaking of 4th bases, Solar, he does expand away from Clem. So a much safer 4th expansion. And it is going to be difficult here for Clem to bring this base down. This is what Clem was able to accomplish on Whispers of Gold. Again, Whispers of Gold is just such a small map, and Clem was just very successful with his aggression in Game 1. Here in Game 2, it's going to be more difficult. This is a more defendable 4th. Oh, does stem in, going for the drones. No, they do try to get away. They rush into the speed zones. Likewise, so do the Marines. And yeah, they're going to be chased down. They're going to be chased down one after the other. 7 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. That should not have happened. Brutal losses here for Solar. Solar, he will defend the 4th, but at a cost. At a cost of 7 workers. With that, Clem, he does have a very strong start. Does deal economic damage. Behind this building up towards the next phase, towards the 1-1 timing. Now, as you can see here, he's 8-raxing. We're going for a 3-base all-in. 3-base all-in, 8 racks out of Clem. He does take a gas geyser, so typically with this 3-base all-in, you don't take your gases. A gas geyser is indicative of a 2nd factory and of a 4th CC. So Clem, he might decide to expand. For the time being, though, he's 8-raxing. 8-raxing, massing up his army. For now, just going for drop play. Going for the 5th. 5th base taking a lot of hits, and it's going to be cancelled. Ooh, that's a kill. That's a kill, not a cancel. Brutal loss there for Solar. As Clem is still waiting for an extra wave of reinforcements. Waiting for an extra wave of Marines, extra wave of tanks. You can see here, yes, he did take the gas guys, but only 1 worker. Only 1 worker in gas, so he is committing to the 3-base all-in. It's all or nothing. This is purely Marines and tanks. No Marauders, no Widow Mines. Just pure Marine tank, 3-base all-in. Making 12 Marines at a time. No add-ons here on those 3 extra Vaxes. And either he breaks Solar, or he breaks Solar. I mean, oh boy. It's going to be a tough hold. Clem is pushing forward, going for the 5th. The 5th base is denied once again. So Clem is pushing forward. Solar takes on the first Hellbat. But the creep is receding. Solar's being forced further back here. Not bad. The splits were okay, but we had some better Baneling connections. Last Bio Army does keep pushing forward. And as Solar runs out of Banelings, Clem is finding an opening here. Oh. Has to be careful with his reinforcements. Ooh, we'll save the tank. Oh, pick up. Whew. Saves it. Oh my god, oh, that's a mineral wall. I just realized. I wasn't fully aware. There's no surround potential. Solar, he's trying to come in from behind, but it's just an awkward setup. Yeah, tank volleys are brutal. And Solar looks like he will barely clean this up. He shuts down every single tank, and Solar holds. Whew. He does hold on, takes his 5th base. As a reminder, behind this, we just now threw down a 4th CC. This 4th CC is late. The 2nd factory is late as well. Clem, the goal here was to kill Solar, and he failed. He failed at killing Solar. And now Solar, for the first time in a long time, takes a supply lead. Takes the lead in supply. Hive is on the way. Lurker Den as well. We have the token Storm Host. But Solar is in a better position. Is in a better position here. Collapsing on the tank. Tank is going to fall. And again, Clem, he just wasn't ready for a longer game here. That's why he just keeps pushing, and he will find damage. Gets into the mineral line. Solar out of position. He's racing on over. Clem is clawing his way back into this game. Gets 8 drones. Starts up 3-3. Trying to get his 4th base. And you can see he just keeps on going for these drops. I mean, again, he has to. He has to just keep going for the drop play. Solar distracted here by the first drop. And again, he's not in position here in the main. Does pull away. Clem, he could go for the tech. He could go for the lurker den. Going for the hive. I mean, why not? But either one is a good option. There we go. Takes down the lurker den. Massive snipe. Denies the upgrade. Oh, and Solar's in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble here. Without the lurkers, I mean, that's how he was going to defend against this push. The lurkers would have made this so much easier here. But now 0 lurkers for Solar. Likewise, the hive barely survives. Clem is pulling Solar apart. And again, I was so impressed by Solar's defense earlier for him to survive the 3-base all-in. But the aggression continues. Clem, he takes down the 5th, he pulls away, that's all he needs. Just kill the 5th base. Why? Because he has a 4th. We're even on bases, so the Terran player is ahead. Clem, he is maintaining a better economy. Now catching up on tech as well. Solar, he needs a 5th, but he can't get it. He cannot and he will not get a 5th base. Clem is at both 5th locations. Sieges off those tanks, clears up all the creep. Pulls away for now, moving in once again. That's another cancel. And again, this is all that Clem needs. Clem, he doesn't have to keep pushing. Just deny the 5th over and over and over again. Here comes the rest of the army. Oh, catching Solar out. Yeah, Solar once again forced to cancel. Solar just cannot expand. He's being starved out. Here comes Clem. Clem, he's maxed. Solar, I believe he has Vipers. He has Blinding Clouds. And Show says Blinding Clouds. Does it with the tanks. Yeah, tanks, they do get covered. They get blanketed. Nice engage there by Solar. Shuts down the tanks. Whew. Forces back Clem. So, thankfully, Solar, he did not lose that hive earlier. Still has the Vipers. They survived. Gathering more energy. Yeah, we have a back and forth. More importantly, Solar takes the 5th. He needs to get up and running though. Easier said than done. He has no active creep tumors. Like there's no creep here spreading out into the map. He's only connecting his bases. Clem is still in a better position. Behind this, now getting into ghost production. So even though we have lurkers on the way for Solar, and again, remember, the lurkers are late. Even though they're on the way, we already have ghosts. Ghosts are already building up here for Clem. Now getting a 5th expansion. Oh, God. It's getting a 5th base. Not like this. Oh, nice catch. So he does walk into lurkers. That was a good start for Solar. Bearing in mind that was only Marines, but a good start nonetheless. Solar moving in. Trying to catch out the ByuN army. Going for the tanks as well. Tank squad on siege. Not bad. He's going for the mineral line. Going for the SCVs. Gets a decent trade, but he has to reserve those Hydras. Pulls away. Likewise, we have the Nidus Worm in production. Overseer into the main base. But Clem is paying attention. Does notice. Takes down the Overseer. Denies the Nidus. On the front lines, Clem, he holds on. Clem does hold. Solar falling back. Building up more banelings. Likewise, Clem going for a drop. And we've seen time and time again, Solar just being caught out of position. There's no spores here. There's very limited vision as well. That hive is still low from earlier. Very low. going for the mineral line. Gets caught by Lings. This time Solo's ready. Solo double expanding, getting his 5th base. Now going for a 6th and a 7th as well. Solo, he's recovering. Now he's still lacking in upgrades, and he still needs a little bit more time for 3-3. Likewise, lurker upgrades are all complete. So let's go to all his lurker upgrades. Speaking of, we could see attempted lurker harass on the right-hand side. Viper's getting caught out! Oh, yeah, brutal catch. 2 Vipers get sniped on a single spell. Very nice catch there by Clem. Does kite back, bleed out one of the ghosts. Solo's gonna try to keep chasing here into tank fire. Oh my god, does overextend. Not the place to fight. Yeah, Solo gets punished for chasing. There's that Nidus on the right hand side. Lurkers, they deny mining. I can't, they deny mining, then get the hell out of here. Oh no! 1 lurker left behind. As we do see a pretty defensive position here for Clem. The angle of attack here is a little bit more open, a little bit more wide, I will say that. But overall, the SimCity is solid here. Clem has his whole position here at the triangular 3rd. Likewise, at the center expansion, this is a little bit more open, and we are lacking some SimCity here, I will say that. So this is maybe the best angle of attack for Solo, but even then, it's still going to be awkward just because of the terrain. There's a burrow, but we have liberation, we have freedom. Ooh, gets two ghosts. Oh god. Still better trade for Clem. Solo going for a Ling run by, but the planetary is soon to complete. Oh, meanwhile, Clem out of position. Yeah, was not here, was not ready for this. Again, this was the best kind of angle here for Solar. No SimCity. Planetary goes down, not bad. Nidus up right. Going for the Nidus, collapsing here on some of these ghosts. Once again, not a bad trade here for Solar. Oh, but is here extending. Takes out more ghosts. Oh, that was 6. Okay, that was 6 ghosts for 3 Hydras, 4 Lurkers, a massive amount of Lings. Expansion is denied. Lurkers, they do escape. Love the use of those Lings. They actually canceled the snipes. Did save those Lurkers. Once again, Solo pushing through the center, and once again, this center location is still very undefended. Solo can find some better trades here. We're lacking like 2-3 CCs. Clem doesn't have the minerals for it, not yet. Solo actually has now gained momentum once again. Going for the tanks, pushing through the center. This time this is a turret. Better defense this time from Clem. Lings, they do find another tank. Going for the SCVs. Solo moving in. There is somewhat of a ByuN in position. Nidus Storm does actually distract Clem. It does distract him. Solo moves in, punishing Clem. It's a couple of Bailey connections. Couple. Does pull away. Lings there unburrow in the mineral line. Solar hunting for the ghosts. Bold move by Solar. I don't think he can quite engage here. Pushing into a choke point. Yeah, this is not the place to be. It's not the place to push into. You can see the difference between the Solar engaging out in the open or trying to push into these command centers. Solar just cannot break this location outside of the natural. Let's take down 14 SCVs. Top right has now gotten up and running. Planetary does complete. Solar, ideally, he does want to deny that expansion somehow, some way. Oh, Clem not paying attention, we'll lose the ghost. Please add a ghost. Likewise, once again, a better angle. Once again, the Bio Army a little bit too far back. Tank's going to be going down. Aliens are going for the ghost. Up. They don't quite connect. A handful of ghosts go down. Lings, they bust into the mineral line. Clem is holding on. And what's important here is Clem is being contained to his corner of the map. We do see Solar taking every other base. He takes the gold base, of course, takes a bottom left, and even taking top left as well. Taking every expansion. So even though Solar has been a little bit wasteful at some times, and I will admit that 100%, he can afford it. He can afford to be wasteful. He has a greater economy. He has map control. I am concerned that he has yet to do anything about top right. That is a concern. Expansion towards top right is quite healthy here for Clem. Nidus into the natural. How many lurkers? 3. 3 lurkers. Once again, Solo pushing in, takes down the tank. He gets one, he gets 2. Takes down 2 tanks. This time does get on top of the ghost. Oh my god, takes down almost every single ghost. Very nice trade. And Solo takes down the expansion as well. Takes down the tanks, the ghosts, the CC. That was 5 ghosts going down. There's 2 ghosts remaining. And Clem, he's running in this team. At this point, Clem, he has lost too much. He's bleeding out too many units, too many high-tech units, more importantly, whether it's tanks, ghosts, liberators. And Solo, he's going for the kill. He's going for the throats. He has done it. He's broken the back of Clem. GG, yes, Solar, he will take game number 2, tying things up 1-1. Whew, GG. So we are getting into the ace match. And again, unfortunately, Clem, I would say that he did have the opportunity to try to set up SimCity in that center location, but he never quite went for it at the time. Instead, because of that, we saw Solar abusing that location time and time again, just ensuring that Clem never had the opportunity to actually wall up and just set up all those CCs, command centers, any kind of SimCity in that center location. Because that never got up and running, I mean, Solar, he abused it so often, so well. GG. GG, well played. We're going to the ace match. And a lot of this comes down to the maps. Ooh, I don't know who to favor here, as up next we're going to the ace match. We're going to be loading into Amygdala. Amygdala is a larger map in the map pool. That is true. It is a larger map, but it is also a map that does open up. Towards the center, or sorry, towards a longer game state, as rocks can be knocked down and it becomes a little more accessible. As we are, never mind. When I said that we're getting into Amygdala, apparently we're not. Apparently we are not getting into Amygdala. They're just going over. We're just trying to figure out what the vetoes were, and it looks like game 3 is supposed to be on Sandworm. Correct. Sorry. Players just sorting things out. They're checking their logs. Yeah. There we go. So not gonna be me. So never mind. I was about to get into the map itself when it comes to Amygdala and some of its features, but never mind. So Amygdala was vetoed, and we are gonna be loading into Sandworm instead. Sandworm. Ooh, I still don't have the best read on Sandworm. So for those of you that have been watching over the past couple of weeks now, Sandworm is one of the new TLMC maps. Sandworm is a small map. That is true. It is a small map in the map pool. But because of the terrain, because of the dragon's teeth on Sandworm, because of the rocks, because of some of the cliff faces as well, oh. Hold on. It might not, before I start talking about Sandworm, it might not be Sandworm. Yo, Solo and Clem, they have no idea what they vetoed. Okay, we're good. Okay. So we're getting into Sandworm. But yeah, so Sandworm has a lot of features that actually make it quite defendable, more so than, say, Ultra Love, I feel. In some ways, yes, in some ways, no. We'll get into it. But yeah, it's definitely an interesting map, and I don't yet know if it favors the mid game or not, if it favors longer game states, and if you can turtle up on it. We'll see. We shall see. It's an intriguing map for sure. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Sandworm, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons, tying up the series 1-1 and forcing the ace match. It is Solar. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the French Terran player. We have the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Here we go. Now, if you haven't voted in the Team Liquid map contest, I think it's already closed. It might still be open. Sandworm is a map that I did vote for. I'm comfortable saying that at this point. But I think voting is closed, or maybe still open for a couple of hours. If you haven't voted, you should vote. You should do your civic duty as a member of the StarCraft community. If you haven't voted for the maps for the Team Liquid map contest, you should be. Quickly double checking here. Is there like a countdown timer? I think it still might be open. Oh, no, never mind. It's closed. Yeah, never mind. So voting is already closed. But this is a map that I did vote on. It's been quite popular. We've been seeing it from a lot of players, especially when it comes to veto processes or even map picks as well. I mean, hey, we're even seeing it here in this series. And let's get into it. So once again, as I mentioned before, it is a small map. Small map, it is... The rush distance at least signifies that it should be a rush map. Very short rush distance by ground, but we have these dragon teeth in the center. And this is more impactful, I would say, than the blocks on Neon Violet Square. On Neon Violet Square, blocks, they're a little bit more spread out, so there's more space in between them. Here, it's more limited. You just saw, the SCV can move through it. Workers can move through it. Marines, Zealots, and Adepts, and Lings, and Banelings, they can move through this as well. But slightly larger units, I'm referring to units like Stalkers. Stalkers cannot move through this. Stalkers, Archons, Immortals, tanks, of course, they cannot move freely through these little gaps. So it is very narrow here. And because that, it can make really interesting engagements here in the center. But because of the rocks, because of these cones that you cannot destroy, and because of these terrain obstacles as well, it does make this goal base quite defendable. Like you have to work through a lot to actually engage and siege the gold base. So because of that, we actually have seen a lot of players take the gold as their third or take it as their fourth base, like Terran, Protoss, and Zerg players alike. So I'm curious to see when and if a player takes a gold, and if they can get it saturated. Meanwhile, Solar, he does expand vertically. Does expand linearly here towards the left-hand side, taking his third. Meanwhile, Clem going for the third CC before Starport. Ooh, and same build 2 games in a row. As a reminder, last game it was a 3cc 2-on-1, same build here, 3cc 2-on-1. This means that Clem, he's at most going to make 4 Hellions. At most 4 Hellions. If you remember, last game he did make 5 Hellions. He made an extra Hellion, and that's why I assumed that his Marine count would be a little bit lower. But usually you cut Hellions at 4, you go for an add-on swap into Marine production into that stim timing. So on the one hand, this means that Clem, he's going to have less map control early on, because Clem is going to have a lower Hellion count, so he's going to have less of a map presence to deny creep or to threaten mineral lines, but he will have a stronger mid-game with earlier stim and a mass amount of bio. So he does sacrifice the early game for the mid-game instead. And Clem is still, being active with these initial Hellions. Still being active, still rotating. There's that add-on swap into reactor Marine production. Clem looking for another way in. Oh, and did actually find an opening. Didn't quite go for it though. Clem wasn't aware if there were Lings in position. Clem does pull away. Behind the Solar, droning, saturating. Ooh, is going for a Roach Warren opener, so very safe play here by Solar. We actually saw this in game 1, or we didn't see it on our channel, but Solar did go for this in game 1 as well. on Whispers of Gold, and it makes sense on smaller maps. It's typically just a very safe way to play, but just because it's safe doesn't mean that Clem can't break you, as that's what happened on Whispers of Gold, is that Clem, he was able to deny the 4th base, bring it down, and eventually just overwhelm Solar. So we'll see if Solar can keep up here with the aggression of Clem. As this should be Lingbane Roach Ravager. Should be Lingbane Roach Ravager here from Solar. Eventually into Hive Tech. Speaking of the 4th base, he's going for the gold. So he's going for the gold expansion. As we mentioned, this gold base feels pretty defendable just because of the terrain. Clem, he would most likely have to break down these rocks if he wanted to attack the 4th. We'll see. For now, Stim is done and Clem moves out. Does move out, going for the 4th. Queens are getting in position. There's not that many lings, but the roaches have arrived. Oh. And with help of the roaches, Solar, he should defend for now. Does defend. Meanwhile, Clem, he's now aware. He's now aware of the gold. Now aware of the expansion. It's on Clem to slow down the creep spread as best he can. Oh, catching an Overlord. Does catch the Overlord. Not even supply block. Solar, ooh, yeah, 3 Overlords on the way. Big supply block. Solar going for the Infestation Pits, going for the Baliness. As we mentioned at the start, this is Lingbane Roach Ravager. That's why we should also be seeing melee upgrades from this 2nd Evo chamber. And this is not a commitment into mass Roach Ravager. Or at least it shouldn't be. Again, I'm making the assumption that we have melee, not range. Clem does threaten to dive into the main. Lings are in position. Drop does rotate down. Roaches are in position, catching out some of these Marines. Meanwhile, Clem pushing right down mid towards that 4th base, and Solar's out of position. Solar completely out of position here. Does rotate, does save the expansion, and doesn't lose any drones. He pulls away in time. Meanwhile, Drop comes back in, going for the 5th, and he will get a cancel. Oh, that's a kill! Kill on a cancel on the expansion. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, and Soul's being pulled apart. The terrain helps against tank pushes, but against drop play here, Solar, he is just having a hard time keeping up. Going for the Medivacs. Doesn't quite get them. Medivacs, they pull away in time. 6 drone kills and the 5th base. Clem, he's in a better position. He's well set up for his move out. What's important though, Clem takes gases. He delays his Raxes, he takes 2 gases here at the 3rd, he throws down a 4cc, 2nd factory. Clem is building up towards the mid-game. Unlike what we saw in game 2, he is not going for a 3-base all-in. He's not going for an 8 Rax, is getting a 4th. I mean, he's now getting up to 8 Raxes, but this is a little bit more later. Clem does push down mid. Solar tries to set up his Lingbane Roach Ravager. Bailey's just now morphing in, but there's no Bailey speed! Decent connections. We get some okay connections here. Biles, they will connect. They take down one of the tanks. There's 1 tank left. Whew. Solid Biles. Biles are solid. Nice target firing there out of Clem. Does focus on one of the Bailings. Meanwhile, Miss Rally. Oh, Miss Rally here. Another tank goes down. Solar, he's holding. Solar, he's holding on. Drop into the main base. Solar, he does notice. Notice in time. Deflecting the drops. Clem still maintains his center position, but again, I don't know if Clem can really threaten the bases here, the 4th or the 5th. He's going for the 5th though, going right down mid. Does push forward. Remember, tanks, they can't move through these teeth, or they have a harder time. Oh, Queen goes down. The tanks, they have arrived. They've gone the long way around. Tanks have made it. And Solar, he's still struggling, still spending a lot of supply here to defend. His supply is tied up. Gold mining is being denied. Oh! Solar gets one of the tanks. But this may just be too much. Yeah, this may be too much here. Okay, nice angle from Clem. Pulls away, chipping away at the expansion. There is only one tank behind this, though. This does feel defendable for Solar, but he's bleeding out so much supply. Yeah, Lings, main Lings, tanks are coming from behind. Nice power bombs here on the MetaMax. Yeah, very nice power bombs. Despite that, yeah, there are too many reinforcements. Clem, he's done it. He's done it. He breaks through the defensive line. Takes down the expansion. And Solar, he's been broken. Again, the size of the map here means that Solar, he just cannot reinforce in time. He has no breathing room. He has no room to breathe. And even though Solar did take down Clem last week in the Monday Night Weekly, here in the WardiTV Monday, we have Clem overwhelming. He does overwhelm. He breaks through that defensive line. Again, shout out to the drop play of Clem. He does such a great job at just distracting Solar time and time again, pulling his attention apart. GG gets called, and Clem will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations, Clem. He will claim the series, will advance on. Again, a very close back and forth. And I do want to say that Solar, he was in a good position at some of these moments here in this game. But unfortunately, the drops were a little bit too much. The drops, they were getting damage done. They were forcing his attention elsewhere. And that allowed for Clem to actually break through that center of the map, deny a creep, and get on top of that goal base. Very little room, or very little time to react there for Solar. And he just wasn't able to keep up. GG. GG, well played, congratulations. Clem does advance on to the semis, and the question becomes, who is left in the tournament? Let's catch up. It's been a while. Let's catch up in the bracket. It looks like we have a semifinals ready for us. Let's try to filter this out a little bit. Bam, there we go. So herO takes down Showtime 2-0, SKillous takes down Creator 2-0, and we have the upper semifinals. It's going to be a PvP between herO and SKillous, and that is going to be our next series. So we're jumping into the PvP. Oh, we are jumping in. Vetoes are underway. Beautiful. After the upper semifinals, we're going to be covering the lower semis. So the lower semifinals, MaxPax takes down 2-0, and Clem takes down Solar 2-1. We have MaxPax versus Clem in the lower semis. Here we go. So let us get our semifinals ready. Clem and MaxPax. Psystorm. Beautiful. Okay. Oh, so we have our top four, and we are going to be casting both semifinals and then the grand finals. So all three series are going to be covered here on the channel. So we're nearing the end of the broadcast. 3 matches left. Let's go. Here we go. StarCraft has been imprinted into Dark's DNA. It's in his bloodline now. True, true. Ah. As it looks like Vetoes are done. Vetoes are done. We are jumping into our first PvP here tonight. Sorry, I guess our second. We did cast Classic and Shameless earlier. Second PvP of the evening. And predictions will soon be underway. Just making sure we invite everyone and get everyone involved. Just making sure. Here we go. Okay, game one is going to be an Ultra Love. And we'll see which of our two Protoss players here is going to make it to the grand finals, or who's going to make it into that best of 5. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing himself, currently teamless. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Protoss player, representing Team Liquid. It is SKillous. I see in the chat, it would be nice if Vipers could abduct flying CCs. You're an animal, man. You're an animal. They'd have to like work out. They have to get swole to yoink a command center. That's crazy. Aye, aye, aye. But if you're in the chats, you know what time it is. It's Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat, as we have seen SKillous improving so much here. Again, SKillous for a very long time was top 3 Protoss in Europe, but I would say in modern StarCraft, the gap between SKillous, Showtime, and MaxPax has been closing. SKillous has been improving so much. It's been great to see the growth of SKillous over the last, what, 6 months at this point. Post EWC, been amazing to see. Has been amazing. Despite that, herO is still the favorite player, 100%. herO is the favorite player here, but I want to believe that SKillous, I mean, he has beaten herO before, he could do it again. I'm specifically referring to OSC Season 12 Championship. If you recall, SKillous did defeat herO 3-0. He defeated, I mean, SKillous, he popped off. He defeated herO, he defeated Nightmare, Cure, ByuN, like he took down everyone. It was crazy. It's insane. That's a crazy performance out of SKillous. But now we're opening up on Ultra Love, and this is where I have to calm it down a little bit. I have to wind it back and say, I hope you're ready for Phoenix Wars. Not saying it's going to happen 100%, but this is the setup for Phoenix Wars. We have a Gate Cyber expansion. Both players have their probes in position. The goal here is to deny the expansion, to force a Stargate. Yep, Stargate for herO, Stargate for SKillous. This is how Phoenix Wars are born. Oh boy. So Phoenix Wars are on the way. Because both players throw down Stargates, because both players see each other throw down Stargates, you have to make Phoenixes. It doesn't make any sense to make an Oracle, because if you make an Oracle and if your opponent makes a Phoenix, you will lose the Oracle. You will straight up just lose it. So you're forced to make Phoenixes and you're forced to commit. It is possible to transition out of Phoenix Wars into Blink, but you have to rely on your opponent being passive. Like, if your opponent's passive and if they aren't assertive with their Phoenixes, then you can get away with like a couple of gateways and Twilight Council into Blink into like an all-in, but it is very difficult to pull that off. As who go, the Phoenix is on the way. Oh, supply block! Oh, that was a supply block there for SKillous. That might be impactful. You can see SKillous, he is quite behind when it comes to the first Phoenix. Oh, it goes for the Oracle instead. Oh, that's rough. Yeah, that's unfortunate here for SKillous. So because the supply block, he cancels the Phoenix, he goes for the Oracle. herO, he saw the Oracle, by the way, so herO, he's aware of what's being built. And this is a shaky start for SKillous. It's going to be a shaky start. I mean, on the one hand, hey, at least we don't have Phoenix Wars, true, but on the other hand, it's a rough position to be in. As herO, he's already getting a third Phoenix. Again, this Oracle has to hide. So you can see SKillous, he pulls back the Oracle. He has to keep it hidden. herO, he's waiting for the Oracle. Remember, he scouted it. He's aware. And right now, SKillous needs time to build up into Blink Stalkers. As I mentioned before, remember, like, there is a way to transition out of Phoenixes into Stalkers if your opponent is passive. And right now, herO, remember, he's waiting for the Oracle. He's pinned back home. He's waiting for the Oracle. He is giving SKillous time to transition into Blink Stalkers. So SKillous, he's almost there. Needs a little bit more time. Saturating is natural. As we do have a pause. Oh, looks like we do have some latency issues. Hopefully it does clear up. Ooh. But we're more than happy to wait. More than happy to wait. Oh, okay, we're jumping back in.
Game resumed.
As we jump back in. And herO moves out. As herO moves out, SKillous does spot the move out, so he could try to dive in with the Oracle. It goes for the Shade. And what's important is that it's just buying time. It forces the Phoenixes all the way back home. Oracle moves out. Again, SKillous, he's somewhat aware of the positioning of the Phoenixes. He does avoid them. Does avoid the Phoenixes, heads towards the main. herO moves out. And Blink isn't done. Yeah, Blink is not done. Does go for the lift. Shield battery back at home. Yeah, shield battery is going to be enough to defend. And now herO is aware of what's been happening. He's aware of the Stalker transition. And the Stalkers are going to go down. They're going to go down one after the other. Every Stalker should fall. There's more than enough lifts. But the Oracle does get 5 kills, 6 kills even. Oh, there's the energy overcharge. We're still going to kill the Stalkers. It's going to be 7 probe kills. I mean, that isn't bad economic damage, but the reality is that the Stalkers are all dead. The Stalkers are all dying one after the other. They get 1 Phoenix? Not even. Yeah, not even a Phoenix has gone down. This is the power of Phoenixes, and this is why it's difficult to get out of Phoenix Wars into anything else. As herO, he's not content. He wants every single Stalker. Lifts up another 2. Looks like he will finally lose 1 Phoenix. He gets a Phoenix. Let's go. That's 1 Phoenix for 10 Stalkers. That is a brutal trade. Did I say 10 Stalkers? 1 Phoenix for 12 Stalkers. The efficiency is insane here, and herO, he will lift every other Stalker as well. And again, like, SKillous, he attempted to get out of Phoenix Wars. He attempted to go into Blink Stalkers. It is difficult to do this, and I hope that this game is a reflection as to why it's difficult to do this. Again, you're so reliant on the opposing Protoss player to be passive, to be more defensive, to give you breathing room. And herO didn't give it to him. I mean, he gave it to him for a time, but still hit before Blink. GG gets called, and herO takes game 1. Whew, herO does take game 1. I appreciate that SKillous tried to, you know, break out of that mold of Phoenix Wars, but it was just a really rough start. Like, the supply block was brutal. The supply block doesn't sound like a big deal, but in a mirror matchup where you have the same tools as your opponents, like, every moment like that does matter, does count. If you remember, that's why we saw SKillous start a Phoenix, then he had to cancel it, then try to get into the Oracle, then try to get into the Blink Stalkers. Almost made it, almost got into Blink, almost, but not quite. And with that, that leads us into game number 2. Game number 2 is going to be on Whispers of Gold. Now, what I will say, unlike Ultra Love, Whispers of Gold does not have a ramp coming into the natural, so we should not be seeing Phoenix Wars. There is still a chance. There's a low chance that we could see Phoenix Wars, but on these smaller maps and on these more exposed natural maps, we should be seeing 2 gate openers. Now, herO, he has been very fond of going for the MaxPax opener of Gate Cyber into Expansion or Gate Cyber into Stargate. herO has been very fond of it, so there is a chance that herO will still indulge into that build, but I can see a world where SKillous will try to punish that build instead. Here we go. We're getting into game 2. But herO knows that SKillous knows that herO knows that SKillous built an Oracle. You're not wrong. He did knew. Well, he did know. He knew. There you go. Did know. I mean, that's why we had the shield battery, right? That's why herO did throw down the shield batteries in both the main base and the natural. He was aware that there was most likely going to be a counterattack. And here he was happy to just tank that damage. And here we go. We're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Whispers of Gold. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, in the series 1-0. It is herO. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is SKillous. YouTube feed is clean, looks great. Great casting. Oh, thank you, thank you. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. Again, for those that are curious, we do have multiple streams, so we have multiple chats, so I do have to try to keep up with all the chat windows. True. With YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, TikTok, Kick as well. Yeah, we do our best, Try to keep up. But now that we do have our openers, we have our openers. Speaking of, it is going to be, as we mentioned, 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of SKillous. Meanwhile, it's going to be what looks to be a gate cyber expand. If you recall, I alluded to the fact that herO has been very fond of the quote-unquote MaxPax opener in PvP, going for a gate into Cybercore, into Stargate, then into a Nexus. That's why we brought it up before the game, and herO is going for it here and now. And as we assumed, SKillous with the 2-gate opener can try to punish herO with a 1-base all-in. What I mean by that is that SKillous, he actually hasn't gone for a probe scout. Never mind. I was going to say that if herO were to probe scout, he would confirm and see how greedy herO was being, and SKillous could try to go for a proxy with a pylon and an immortal, sorry, with a robo or a gateway, try to commit into an all-in, but SKillous didn't scout across the map. herO, Stargate, then an expansion, so a very greedy build here out of herO. SKillous, though, is going to be cutting corners. He does skip his second unit. Okay, Sentry, expand. Greedy build here by SKillous. Let's go. He skips that second unit. It was a 2-gate opener, but Sentry, expand instead. Very greedy here by SKillous. Even faster Nexus than herO. Okay. So we have a game of greed. I do favor... I was going to say, SKillous is in a slightly better position. That is true. He has a slightly faster expansion. He will have a slightly better economy. On the flip side, herO with a Stargate opens Oracle, and the Oracle is going to be available to get some economic damage to pick away at the mineral line and to make up for that. That is the power of this opener, is that herO, he goes for a faster expansion, and of course can harass across the map as well. So Oracle into Twilight Council, not into Robo. So herO looks like he's working towards Blink. Meanwhile, back at home, safety shield battery out of SKillous. Did go for the hallucination, did confirm the Stargate, is aware of the Oracle. So SKillous is setting up back at home. Oh, even throwing down a proxy pylon. Okay. I mean, SKillous does have an extra gateway. Oh, he does not catch the... oh god. Does not catch the Stalker. Some fumbled force field, and that was 2 force fields as well. No. herO going for his own counter proxy gateway. Now, thankfully, SKillous does have a couple of extra force fields, but he has to be very careful with this. Going for the expansion. herO throws down another gateway, getting into a 3-gate setup into Blink. herO, he might just turn this into a 1-base all-in. Yep, 4th gateway, 1-base all-in. 1-base all-in, and herO, he just completely gives up on the expansion. Oracle into the main. Stasis did pop up. Oh my god. Stasis did catch a couple of workers. SKillous pulls away. And now suddenly, SKillous is the defender. Suddenly, SKillous has to race back home and defend. The Stasis, is denied. SKillous, he does not come across the proxy, but he does come across the Oracle. Does get a bit of hull damage. Stalker's moving out. Remember, we have 3 gates at home and 1 across the map, so it's going to be a 1-base 4-gate Blink all-in out of herO. Even going for the Dark Shrine. Going for the proxy Dark Shrine. He's crazy. Let's go. It's all or nothing. Oracle goes down. Massive pickoff. Now, the DTs can do quite well here just because there's no detection. There's 0 detection for SKillous. There's no Stargate, Robo, or Forge. So the longer this goes on without any of those buildings, the higher chance that the game just ends. He scouts. No, oh, wait, what? Wait, what? what just died? Did herO kill his own probe? So now it's going to be forced back. But SKillous did not scout. Now dancing with the army. SKillous does have a greater Stalker force. Blink is revealed. herO forced to pull away. Dark Shrine about to finish. herO, he's playing with fire right now. He cannot drag the army towards the Dark Shrine. But SKillous, he's about to find this. Oh, barely not. He's being dragged away. Oh, he sees! He sees the Dark Shrine. DT's warping in, and there's 0 detection. SKillous going for the pylon. It will not deny the warp in. DT's immortal into the bases. And right now, there's nothing. There's nothing. Robo. Robo gets thrown down in the main. Robo is on the way. Forced to recall back home. DT's waddling in. He can force with the ramp. He can hold position. He can and he will. Does hold position. herO trying to force his way through. He does leave the economy, does leave the mineral line. Stalkers are coming from behind. That's a lot of Stalkers going down, actually. A lot of Stalkers are falling. Robo halfway done. And even though SKillous isn't being killed straight up, he's still taking a lot of losses. Gateways get depowered. Probe's going to be falling. Again, those shield batteries, there's no pylon. There's no pylon. Boys are being pulled. SKillous getting desperate. DT gets into the mineral line, and this is getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand. It's getting out of control. 10 probe kills already. herO behind this gets his natural. Stalkers, they poke in. As the Observer has finally arrived, that's still going to be 12 probe kills. Yes, still insane damage. Thankfully, SKillous, he scouted, so he was able to react. Did react in time. So he survives. But who do we favor? Okay. Who do we favor? herO, he is down one worker. So herO, he doesn't have the economic lead that he would like. The economies are still quite close, if not slightly in favor of SKillous. That is true. When it comes to the tech, both players have Blink. There's no other tech structure. Of course, we have the Robo from the side of SKillous. SKillous, it looks like he will snipe that Dark Shrine at least. Meanwhile, Robo's already done for herO. herO building up and getting into Immortal production. So as the game settles down, we're actually quite close. We're quite close here. I would lean towards herO because of the Immortal counts. Like, the Immortal count is building up, and the Immortals, they add so much value, especially this early on in a chaotic game state. Immortals can be crucial. SKillous going for his own counterattack. There's that one Immortal, but the Immortal needs support. herO, he blinks into the main base, into the mineral line. SKillous, he is spotted. We do have an extra warp in. SKillous does push forward, going for the shield batteries. Shield batteries are exposed. herO, he pulls back that Immortal, keeps it safe. May have to pull the boys. Yeah, the boys are being pulled. Shield batteries are targeted. But not a bad engage here from herO. Meanwhile, across the map, herO is being cleaned up. The shield battery does mean that herO doesn't really get much economic damage. Say that, actually healed six probes. Oh my god. He will lose the Stalkers. Stalkers go down. herO, he defends. He's now on 2, soon to be 3 Immortals. Again, that Immortal count's what's most concerning to me. The high Immortal count. Both players taking their thirds. Both players taking their third bases. Both players expanding. herO still on the best economic game state. We have Charge on the way for SKillous. Now, what I appreciate from SKillous is what he's doing with his economy. He's getting into his own Immortals. He has some catching up to do. More importantly, into Charge and into +1. The Forge and +1 here I do really appreciate from SKillous. So SKillous, he will maintain a greater upgrade count, which is a high quality army. herO, before we can talk about those upgrades though, hero's pushing in. And again, he has those 3 Immortals. So the Immortal count is in favor of herO. Can he use that to break the third? I think he can, but will he? SKillous trying to keep up. SKillous, he has 1 Immortal of his own. Expansion taking a lot of hits. Shields, they get stripped away from 1 Immortal. Nice force fields, locking one of them down. And he gets 1, he's gonna get 2. Oh, not quite. herO, he pulls away in time. Triggers those shields. Oh, loses another Immortal. And again, the force fields are just a little bit too good here, and SKillous, he will hold, he will defend. Whew. Does defend. Also, here he had a little bit of miscontrol there. He was wasting Immortal shots on 1 Zealot. There was like 1 or 2 Zealots there that just did so well tanking for SKillous. Tanking those Immortal shots, and now SKillous, he survives. And now he will enjoy an upgrade lead. Getting to +1, and Temple Archives on the way, getting into Archon production as well. Now suddenly herO's on the back foot. herO, he's in trouble. Because now he's down in everything. We have +1, we have Charge, we have a higher Immortal count as well. SKillous ahead in almost every aspect now. And he's moving in. Does move in. herO, he has to pull away. herO, he cannot fight this head on. And not like this. And SKillous, he knows, he goes for the dive, takes down the Immortal. Voids are being pulled. And SKillous, he breaks the third. He breaks the third base, and he's breaking herO. Again, nice pullback here by SKillous. He does pull away, preserves the Immortals, will lose one. Not even. It does save the Immortal. And with that, we're forcing the ace match. We're going all the way to the ace match here as herO is being forced all the way back to his own natural. The third base is completely forfeit. And the third base is going to fall. Again, herO, he had potential with that Immortal move out, but clearly that had to do more damage. That needed more damage. Did not trade well enough. And with that, GG. Yeah, GG gets called. The writing was on the wall, and SKillous ties up the series. Whew. We are going to the ace match. Let's go. Oh my god. We're getting into the ace match here again. A very, very tense game. Again, a lot of this game came down to the scout. If you remember, SKillous, he had no idea that there were Dark Templar coming, but he barely saw the Dark Shrine in time. He was able to recall back home, throw down his own robo. He was able to hold position on the ramp, and he bought just enough time for that observer. With that, he was able to survive, make a game out of it as well, and recover. GG. GG, well played, did recover. And with that, we're going all the way to the ace match. And we'll see how this story ends. See how this story ends. Let's go. As I'm most curious by the map. I'm most curious as to what map we're going to load into. More often than not, the map does kind of dictate the pace of the game. And what kind of openers we see. So we'll see what map is chosen. Oh! Ooh, interesting. The final map is going to be Frostline. Frostline, of course, is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Larger map, exposed bases. I would say that it is unwise to go for a gate cyber expand on this map, but we'll see. We'll see how we do approach this. So we're getting into game 3. Go. So we're getting into that ace match. As a reminder, of course, Clem versus MaxPax is going to be after this series. After this best of 3. We'll get there. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Frostline, we have our South Korean Protoss player, our Red Protoss, representing himself, currently teamless, being forced into the ace match. We'll see if he can bounce back and make it to the finals. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player, representing Team Liquid, tying up the series 1-1. And forcing us to the ace match. We'll see if we can keep that momentum going. It is SKillous. Here we go. Whew. And SKillous does move out. This time with a probe scout, so does herO. As a reminder, last game SKillous did delay his probe scout for a very long time. And I imagine SKillous is going to open up 2 gates. I'm most curious about herO's opener. Very curious here. We have double gases here by SKillous. herO opening up with a single gas geyser. Is herO going gate expand? What do you have for us? It is. Yeah. 2 gate opener out of SKillous. herO once again gate into Cybercore into expansion. herO is cutting corners. He's going to be greedy here. Bold move. Bold move on Frostline. I mean, I say he's going, yeah, straight up Nexus. Yeah, again, 1 gas. Single gas geyser. He goes gate into Nexus before the Cybercore. Very greedy build here by herO, and SKillous has to make a decision. SKillous, he opened 2 gate. Does he proxy? Does he proxy? Does he go for a 1 base all in? Yeah, he's going for the all in. So basically, herO, he has in a way kind of forced SKillous's hand. SKillous, he confirms how greedy herO has been, and SKillous, he has to respond. He has to respond to it. He has to go for the all in, and we'll see if herO can survive. Because what's scary about what's happening here is that this isn't even like, can herO pull a MaxPax? Even MaxPax rarely does this. Like MaxPax, when he plays, he goes Gate into Cybercore into Stargate so he can make safety Void Rays. Even MaxPax isn't this greedy. So this isn't quite a MaxPax. This is even great. He scouts. herO does scout. herO does confirm. He does confirm the one base all in. Proxy Robo. And we'll see how... I mean, herO should respond with his own Robo. We should be seeing a Robo response into Immortal production. Yep, there it is. Robo's on the way. So far, herO, he has all the information he needs. He's fully aware of the proxy, fully aware of the all-in. With that information, he responds with the Robo, with Immortals, and with shield batteries. So far, good reactions, good responses here by herO. It still comes down to the controller, to control the players. As herO, he does attempt to catch out the first unit. Yep, spots the adepts. Ooh, gets baited into the steam vents. Better engaged here by SKillous. Can he take down the first Stalker? Oh my god! This should not have happened. First Stalker will lose all its shields, but doesn't take too much hull damage. Doesn't take any hull damage. Here he did have some miscontrol there. Chasing into the steam vents. Likewise, Immortals on the way. Here needs a little bit more time. Immortals also on the way here for SKillous. Shield battery is done, at least the first one. He's got his sentry for force fields. Now, for all herO knows, this could be Warpism first, true. But it's Immortal first instead. So here he's on patrol looking for any kind of prism movement. But here does he react in time? Oh! Pulls away. Does pull away. Adepts say shade in past the army. They shade into the main. And there's no wall. Yeah, there is no wall. herO trying to catch out the Immortals. Boys are being pulled and herO is being pulled apart here. This is critical damage. 5, 6, 7 probes going to be falling. 8 probe kills even. And herO, he falls behind. On the front lines here, he has been trading well. He did snipe the sentry. But likewise, he doesn't get on top of the army. He almost got the Immortal, but the War Prison came in just in time. Whew, that was close. herO, he's up when it comes to the Immortal count, though. Remember, herO, he didn't make a War Prism, so he has more Immortals. Adepts, this time the shade is denied. And this is where I worry for SKillous. So what SKillous lacks in firepower, he's going to have in mobility. So he can try to drop into the main, shade past the army as well. Yeah, you can see him split up. Does pick up. Headed for the mineral line. Oh, nice force fields. Gets both Stalkers. Yeah, miscontrol there by herO. He didn't save the Stalkers, wasn't able to. He was hesitant with that War Prism. Likewise, Adepts say to get into the main. They can one-shot probes. They can and they will. And probes are going down. herO getting pulled apart. Now, getting some economic damage is nice, but SKillous needs more. Remember, SKillous, he's on one base. Like, SKillous, he's all in. Like, he needs more than just a couple of worker kills. Meanwhile, the Immortals are out of position. Nice force fields. They buy time. Here he does have a full wall. Does have the full wall. SKillous, he goes for the dive. Gets on top of the sentries, takes down a Stalker. Yeah, Stalker goes down. Here he pulls away, and SKillous, he might have just done it here. Oof. Yeah, breaks through that main army, gets on top of that Immortal. Oh no, no lifts, no pickup. And SKillous is overwhelming. GG gets called. herO, he fumbled the control too many times there, and SKillous, he will take the series 2-1 and will advance on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Nikita, he pops off, Bobby. He does pop off, takes down herO 2-1, and Nikita, he will make it to those grand finals. GG, well played. Ooh, again, it was a very, very intense series here between herO and SKillous. Oh, before I forget, we do have to head on over to the European server. But SKillous did pop off. And again, as we mentioned at the start of the series, we spoke about how SKillous has been improving so much here. We've been talking about how SKillous, he has been blurring the lines between himself, MaxPax, and Showtime. SKillous has been improving so much over the past 6 months and has been able to take it to the best players out there. He's even, it was like, what I want to say 2-3 weeks ago, he took down MaxPax, he took down Showtime. Like, SKillous has been on fire, and here he takes down herO. GG. GG, well played. Whew. Again, there isn't a Protoss player in the world that SKillous hasn't beaten this year. It's about consistency, though. It's about being able to do that on a regular basis instead of once every couple of weeks or once a month. It's about doing that on a more regular basis here instead. So GG, well played. SKillous, he makes it all the way to the finals, and SKillous will have some time here to himself to wait for his next opponent. Who's up next? What's going to be a Terran or a Protoss? Let's go. Here we go. As we are getting into our next semifinals, our next TVP. Just making sure that, making sure that we have the predictions ready. That we are good to go. SKillous, yeah, it's Nikita. It's popping off. It is popping off here. And we'll see who can make it between these two. MaxPax and Clem, they of course have a long history between each other. They are the best Terran and Protoss respectively in the European region. Of course, Clem being the best player in the world currently. We have seen a couple of players threaten Clem as of late, 100%. There have been players that have been able to make Clem bleed, and MaxPax is one of those players. Coming into this, Clem is the favorite player, that is for certain, but MaxPax, he has brought Clem down in the past. I would say before Clem's rise in EWC, there was more of an even back and forth between the two of them. After post EWC, I do want to say that Clem has been looking a little bit more dominant. But despite that, of course, we had the series between MaxPax and Clem in Little League Cup, where MaxPax did defeat Clem in the finals and was able to overwhelm and win the entire tournament. Like MaxPax, he has been able to pop off this year in online events, and I want to believe that MaxPax can make a series out of this as well, and maybe even bring Clem down and make it to the finals as well. And a best of 3, I mean, yo, this can go either way, 100%. A lot of this comes down to, especially when it comes to the weekly cups, it comes down to the condition of the players on the day, right? It's like how well rested are our players? You know, have they hydrated their hydras? Have they massaged their marines? And have they cuddled their carriers? That's the real question, Baffy, coming into this. Let's go. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our, oh my god. We have our Danish Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Storm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the French Terran player, the red Terran himself, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our semis. Let's go. Let us go. Vanya should change his name to SKillous, and SKillous should change his name to Nikita. Yeah, SKillous, he's one of those, for whatever reason, he's one of the players that, like, at least as a caster, I'm used to calling him by his name. That's the case with a couple of players, at least in my experience, right? Like, there's Nikita, there's Juanito. Who else am I thinking of? Migs, true, there's Migs as well. Let's go. Jaime, yeah, Jaime is another one, true. Jaime Arturo Duran Silencio. Also, oh god, have I forgotten it? Caviar Napoleon Marquis está acampado. Yeah, I got it. Caviar, true. Ender as well. There's a couple of players like that. I know that some of the European casters, they say Yona instead of herO. True. I'm not there. Eric Kappa. That doesn't. I don't think that counts. I don't think that counts, Fatty. But I see what you're getting at. Rob? Yeah, true. We know Rob is Rob because he is Rob. Homemade Rob. But now though, we do have our initial openers. It is going to be an economic opener, a standard opener out of MaxPax, just Gate, Cyber, Expand. Meanwhile, back across the map, we do have a Rax Expand out of Clem, economic start out of our Terran player. Ooh, into a second Rax. Hello, much more aggressive follow-up here out of Clem. He will delay his starport, going for a second Rax. This looks like an early sim timing. So what you would traditionally see in a TVP here is early tech lab into tank production, into a bio setup, or into an early tank setup, into drop play. But here we have a big delay on the starport, so there's no drops. There's no early drops. Instead, we're building up and prioritizing Marine and just army production here instead. There we go. We have the Cyclone first. Initial Cyclone. Now the question becomes, do we throw down a third Rax before the starport? If we see a third Rax, it's a 2-base all-in. It's a 2-base all-in if we throw down a third Rax. Otherwise, if it's a starport, it's just a variation of 2-on-1. So we're waiting for that next building. Oh, starport. Okay. So he's going for the starport. So we're going for like a pseudo 2-on-1 here, building up bio, going for drop play, of course. We have the tech lab on the way for a very early stim. So really early stim timing here by Clem, earlier than normal. And it's on MaxPax to figure out what's going on. Again, typically the Terran player is at times a little bit more passive. They're active with drops, but their main pushes are typically a little bit later. So MaxPax, he needs to confirm this to figure out what's going on. To figure out how safe he can be, what he can get away with, denying warp-ins or skipping warp-ins. But now throws down a safety shield battery. Robo before expand. Okay. So 3-gate blink into Robo, followed by the third base. So very safe play here by MaxPax. Very safe. Cyclone is revealed. Stim is on the way, building up a tank as well. And Clem is getting ready for a very early timing here with Stim, with potentially 2 tanks and a handful of medevacs. And MaxPax is still in the dark. He's still in the dark. He's blindly playing safe, that is true, and he has potential for like an early immortal. Honestly, if MaxPax saw what was happening, he most likely would make an immortal early on. But right now, there's no sign, right? There's no tell. There's no reason to make an immortal. At this level of play, you want to be as efficient as possible. MaxPax is relying on the Observer. Observer is moving in. Big Gabe. Big Gabe is another one. Big Gabe is a big one, no pun intended, because it's so awkward saying Hero Marine so often. Oh, is the Observer's gonna be sniped? No, he snipes the Observer. Massive pickoff, but he saw the army. And like seeing this large of an army already is a tell. So at least it's all the army. Yep, he's moving out. He's moving out to engage, to slow down the force, slow down the push. MaxPax in position. Like, as a caster, it is so tedious. I mean, you've heard me cast Gabe before, especially like maybe like 2-3 years ago, like constantly saying Hero Marine. It's a mouthful. It's like saying Gabe is so much easier when casting Hero Marine. MaxPax slowly picking away at the Marines, not bad. Picks off how many? So far 8. 8 Marines have gone down, gets a 9th. Gets a 9th Marine, and by the time Clem gets across the map, I mean, he doesn't really have much support anymore. Sure, he has stim, and he does stim into the natural, but the tanks are more exposed. Yeah, the Immortal has arrived, did get the safety Immortal in time. And MaxPax, he should have enough here. Like, these tanks, they're so vulnerable. Gateway's gonna go down. MaxPax, he pulls the trigger. He dives in, goes for the dive, he gets 1. Takes out 1 tank. Oh, doesn't quite get the other. Oh, he gets punished. Oh my god. He gets punished by the reinforcements. Oh, and he will lose everything. He'll lose almost every single Stalker. What escapes? Not a single one. Every Stalker goes down. The tank gets cleaned up by the Immortal. But there's more that came from. There's more that came from Clem going for a drop. MaxPax losing another Stalker. Expensive losses from MaxPax. That's 12 Stalkers going down. And for what? For a couple of Marines. They kill the tanks at least. But those were some brutal losses. As Clem, he's still rallying. He's still just rallying across the map. Oh, dropping into the main. Drop is deflected. Medevac does barely escape. Does get away. The Immortal's exposed. Doesn't get it though. Nice force fields. Very nice force fields. Despite that, the Immortal still goes down. The Marauders do punish. The Eagle suit. Sure. Did you say Diego? And it looks like MaxPax is being broken. He lost both Immortals. Barely has any Stalkers remaining. Widowmines to do reposition. Oh no! Oh, catching a Stalker. Yeah, and with the rally, GG gets called. Clem, he overwhelms, and Clem will take game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Does take a lead in the series. I think there's people discussing names in the chat. Major was in Brood War, if I recall correctly. Special was SE2. No, Special is recent SE2. For the majority of SE2, Juanito was Major. Like for Wings of Liberty, Heart of the Swarm, and he renamed to Special. Sorry, I say Wings of Liberty. He went through a lot of names in Wings of Liberty. But he was Major in Heart of the Swarm, and he was Major for beginning of Legacy as well. Special is more recent. More recent. I know it took me a long time to start calling him Special because he was Major for so long. Back in the day, I was a big Root fanboy. I followed a lot of the Root gaming players, so followed a lot of Major back in the day. He was on Root like twice, right? Like he joined and left and joined again. Major, not the most consistent player back in the day. Or Juanito. There we go. Jumping into game 2. When it comes to that first game, again, just hyper aggression out of Clem. We did take note of it when it came to the build of choice, going for that second Rax before the starport. If you remember, it took a long time for MaxPax to figure out what was going on. MaxPax did successfully slow down the push, but the moment that MaxPax lost all his momentum was when he went for the dive. When he dove on those tanks with his Blink Stalkers, remember, he lost 12 Stalkers. He lost 12 Stalkers! For 2 tanks, that was not worth it. That was not worth it. That was the moment that Clem did overwhelm the army and did snowball out of control. And now we're jumping into game number 2. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Killer's Mile, we have our Danish Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player, the red Terran himself representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. As Clem does lead the series 1-0. And we are settling in. They continued to use Major for a while after that. Yeah, if you remember, he had an interview. I think he had an interview for WCS. Or was it a signature series? But Juanito, he had an interview where he explained that the reason why he name changed was like he wanted like a fresh start, like in a way, like he wanted to like reinvent himself and dedicate a little bit more to the game. At the time, Juanito was notorious for missing tournaments, for being very unreliable when it comes to going to events and going to tournaments as well. He did have that reputation, 100%, for yeah, just in a nice way, just not being a very reliable player for tournaments, for events in general, and for a lot of things that were happening at the time. But in the end, did want to reinvent himself in a way, and I think he was quite successful in doing so. That was also before he got swole. Of course, in more recent years did hit the gym. Looking good. But now though, we're selling into game 2. Selling into our second game. Once again, economic opener. We have a Rax expand, and also welcome one and all to Killer's Mile, a map made by Killer Smile. This is a very trendy map by Terran players. The reason for this, short rush distance by ground and very exposed third. The third base, unlike on other maps, there's no ramp. There's no ramp coming into to defend the third base. Likewise, a very wide entrance here at the third as well. So we have seen many a Protoss attempt and fail to defend at this third location. So we've seen a lot of Terran players enjoy Killer's Mile. We'll see if MaxPax can be more successful here, assuming that Clem does go for another aggressive build. We're waiting for that third building, and there it is, this time a much more standard 1-1-1. Much more standard 1-1-1 here. He apparently started using the name special in the Wikipedia mid-2017. Yes, it was, in my recollection, which is what I said previously, was into Legacy of the Void. So Legacy was 2016, 2017 makes sense. 2017 lines up in my mind with when he name changed the special. For now, we do have our Twilight Council Blink based opener out of MaxPax. Does throw down another gateway, so 3-gate Blink into a Robo. This is the same build. Same build from MaxPax 2 games in a row. Very, very safe. Despite how safe it was, I mean, we still saw MaxPax be toppled over in that last game, but that came down to the unit control, that came down to the micro, of course, the engagements, and the fight that we saw outside of the third base, or in between the third and the natural. So it is going to be a safe opener here, but we'll see if MaxPax can keep up with what Clem is up to. As a reminder, this is a much more standard opener, going for the initial drop. It's going to be a mind drop opener, and just calming things down. And remember, last game, because of the 2-on-1, we saw Clem rush into Stim. Here, there's no rush into Stim. The tech lab is going to be later here. We have earlier tank production. This is a much more standard setup here for TVP, with more defensive bio tank, with some mine harass. So MaxPax is going to be a lot more comfortable. He's going to be a lot more comfortable here as he does move out. He takes his third base as he pushes with his main army. Mine shot up is going to be retargeting, denying a lot of mining time here at the natural. Does go off, avoids the shots. Meanwhile, again, 3-gate Blink. Stalkers have arrived, and we'll see what MaxPax can get done, as there is a lot of space here behind the mineral line. True. A lot of space here at the natural. And with that, SCV is going to be going down. Clem, he is able to punish this though. Bearing in mind, the space is a double-edged sword. On the one hand, yes, it means that there's more room for Stalkers to be out of range of the tank. That is true. At the same time, it's also more room for Marines to punish the Prism. As it's going to be 5 SCVs going down. Meanwhile, 1 Widowmine gets saved. Oh no! Widowmine is not going to be saved here as Boost is on cooldown and the medevac is going to be hunted down. Whew. Nice cleanup there by MaxPax. Does clean up. Behind this, more tanks, more Marines are amassing, and Clem will eventually break out of this contain and get his third base and eventually gain map control. Until then, there is a timing, of course. Basically, Clem won't move out until Stim finishes. And Stim, it only just really began. Stim is still in the way. So without Stim, Clem is contained. And again, this is like the more standard dynamic of TVP, is the Terran player contained on 2 bases, and the Protoss trying to poke in and get a couple of SCVs, get a tank here or there, get a depot here and there, and fully expand and fully saturate the third. So this is a much more comfortable game for MaxPax. As he gets another 4 SCVs, very nice damage, gets another 4 SCV kills. I believe that's 9 workers in total. Here comes the move out. Clem pushing without Stim. Bold move. So he does break out. And we should soon be seeing a 3rd TC. We should be seeing a command center momentarily. If not, Clem could pull the boys and just commit to a 2-base all-in, but I don't think we're quite set up for that. So if that was true, we'd see more Vaxes. We'd see like 2 more Vaxes instead. So I'm not really leaning towards an all-in. Oh. He does on siege, and yep, there it is, 3rd CC. 3rd CC is on the way. So he is expanding. Stim is done. You can see him catch some Stalkers. As he moves out, Prism moves in. He doesn't have mining time. Prism is going to be hunted down by that Viking. But he commits across the map. Bleeding out a couple of Marines. Boys are being pulled, and this move out has to get some damage done here. There are some force fields. Does force with the main army, catches out some of the fire. Tank boys, they do initially target down those Stalkers. Nice target firing out of Clem. Does target fire. But he's bled out too much. He's run out of bio. Backs off, he retreats, and MaxPax defense. Whew, okay, we have a game. We have a back and forth. MaxPax, he deflects the main army. We have drop play coming in from Clem. Clem about to take his 3rd TC, and as he takes a 3rd, MaxPax should take a 4th. And we'll see which 4th base he takes. The forward 4th, or on the left, or on the right. As Clem here is here to deny. He delays the 4th expansion. Cancel the pylon. Nice pickup. You see Clem securing himself here on 3 bases, covering the ramp. And MaxPax still trying to get that 4th base. Again, was delayed, now building up to Colossus production. Rounding out his army with some splash damage. Initially, Colossus, this can lead into Storm or into Disruptors. We'll see if MaxPax does head into another, or which kind of splash damage he does get into after Colossus. So we have a lull. A lull in our game. From here, Clem, he will soon be able to get a 4th CC. Once he gets a 4th base, he can take gases. He can go for his 2nd factory. Not yet, of course, but once he gets his 4th. Then 2nd factory, then in towards Liberator production, in towards the mid game. Meanwhile, we have confirmation it is not going to be Storm, and MaxPax is going for Disruptors. So building up Disruptors, 2nd Robos on the way. There's that 4th CC for Clem. And after an intense game 1, we're slowing things down here in game 2. We're straight up just slowing things down. Both armies will max. They will be maxing out. MaxPax on full saturation here on 4 bases. He's on a comfortable 3 Colossus army. MaxPax, can he break this position? Now, the terrain here is a little bit awkward. There is a path into the natural, which is very narrow. I mean, there are Widow Mines set up. There are tanks covering it as well. Pushing towards the 3rd base. We spoke earlier about how exposed the 3rd is here, and we were referring to a bioaggression being successful. Goes both ways. MaxPax moving in. It's a very open 3rd. MaxPax, he flirts with the idea of pushing forward. He does rotate over towards the right-hand side. He will lose the Disruptor, though. Yeah, some missed movement there from MaxPax. Some mispathing. Does throw away Disruptor for free. Likewise, MaxPax, he does pull away, rotating around, looking for a better angle of attack. DTs get spotted. And MaxPax will see if he finds a way in. Tank volley's popping off. Fire count looking very healthy. Ghost production has begun. Up! Good Nova. It does connect. Clem does take it to the face. Making more starports. Soon working towards the fusion core, in towards Liberator production. He's almost there. He's almost at the freedom. Up. Likewise, the other one by does peel off into the mineral line. Nice spread there from God. Oh my god. Nova goes off. Takes down a Ghost. Ghost goes out, but he hunts down with the Colossus. Yeah, the Colossus, they go down one after the other. Massive pickups here as they'll say get into the mineral line. 5 STV kills. That's not worth 3 Colossus though. As the Colossus count gets completely reset, a better fight for Clem. And Clem, he has momentum. You could argue now he has too many Vikings. He has 10. I mean, they can always land. True. Disruptor from behind. Okay, pulls back. The Disruptor's in the same control group, which is concerning to me. There's a pop-off. Yet Disruptor goes down. Once again, a bit of mispathing there from MaxPax. Or from that one Disruptor. So you see Clem does rotate. Takes down the center expansion. MaxPax going for the ninja base though. Let's go. Takes bottom right. Celtic coming up from behind. And MaxPax, he attempts to set up a surround. Does attempt. Yeah, Nova's going to be coming in. The tanks, they should fall. Massive connections. Ooh, and Clem, he does get caught out. Yeah, the Novas pop off. Clem, he has to get the hell out of here. Has to pull away. And we spoke about it earlier. Here they come. Liberation. Liberation has arrived. You have libs on the way. That will change the dynamic here of these ground fights. MaxPax has a decently healthy stalker count, but he has to rely on on trying to outposition those libs. As Clem is making 4 at a time. Clem getting forced back. That is a lot of disruptors. Nova's going to be going for the mineral line. Nice splits. Very nice splits. Only 2 SCV kills. It wouldn't be the worst thing if Clem lost these Vikings. He does land them, and he does need to free up some supply. Once again, popping off. Here come those Liberators. Still run by is deflected. Clem, he has no idea about bottom right. They're basically getting saturated. Likewise, even being used to reinforce with more DTs. Oh my god. Novas, they are connecting. But we have to be careful not to be too trigger happy here. Nice splits. Yeah, DTs, they hit the expansion. Planetary forced to lift, or forced to be cancelled. But where are the disruptors? Where are the Novas? There's some left. There's one. Oh, Nova goes off. And Clemmy's on the chase. He's going to hunt this down. Takes down, what, 1, 2, 3 disruptors. Back at home, losing every single SCV, though. Those Star Templar, 20 SCV kills. 20 SCVs goes down. And Clemmy has a larger army, but his economy is in trouble here. The Invisible Man is too good. Now, Clem isn't exactly all in, but he takes a lot of losses down to 54 SCVs. If MaxPax didn't have bottom rights, then I'll say that Clem is in a decent position here, but MaxPax, he's still freely mining. He's on almost 90 workers, and he's been given time to rebuild his lost disruptors. ETs, they do hit the bases once again. MaxPax, he catches out both medevacs. Nice pick off. Takes down the medevacs. Forces Clem back. Well, without those medevacs, the Marauders are all going to be going down, and Clem, he gets caught with his pants down. Massive loss here for Clem. And this may just be too much. And MaxPax catching him out. Nova's zoning away the army, going for the planetary. GG gets called, and MaxPax ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. We are going to the ace match here. Again, MaxPax just catching out Clem at the right moments. I mean, 2 big moments there for MaxPax. Of course, the DTs. The DTs, they did secure MaxPax's lead, getting 21 SCV kills. Likewise, we saw Clem overextending with his Marauders without any medevacs. Or I should say, the medevacs were sniped. They were sniped, so there was no support. Clem, of course, he was reinforcing with Liberators, no additional medevacs, and he lost everything out on the map. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going to game 3, and we'll see how this story ends as we are loading into Sandworm. Here we go. What's happening in the chat? People used to say Juanito instead of special. I would say they currently say that even instead of special. But that's also because, like, Special, he was notorious for just constantly, like, changing his name. In any series, this can go either way. I would say that there are some series that are more likely to go back and forth and go to the ace match more than others. Here we go, we're getting into game 3. What if Juan is still in Korea? I hope he is doing fine. Juanito, he went back to Mexico, like 2 years into COVID. Like, he was staying in Korea during COVID, but eventually he did have to leave. And I don't think he's been back since. So Juanito has been in Mexico since like I wanna like he made a post about it, but I wanna say like around like 2022 or 2023, like around then. Around then. I think I'm more comfortable saying 2022. But for now, we're jumping in. We're jumping into our ace match and spawning in the top top right hand corner of Sandworm. We have our Danish Protoss player, our blue Protoss, representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the French Terran player, the red Terran. Ooh, opening up double gas this time. It is Clem. And welcome one and all to Sandworm, where we do have a smaller map, shorter rush distance by ground. And again, it's been great to see that players have been very accepting of this map. We've seen this quite a lot already tonight, and even in previous nights or even previous broadcasts, previous weeks, we've seen a lot of Sandworm here throughout the era of the TLMC 20 kind of like voting period. If you're in the chat, you better have voted, by the way. Better have voted for your maps. As MaxPax, he does confirm the double gas opener, is aware. And what does a double gas opener mean? That means delayed CC. Delayed CC, faster factory. This can lead into Banshee play. This can lead into Cyclones. You can see that again, MaxPax, he was able to really thrive and really get into his stride in the last game, where it was just the most standard game state that we had, with MaxPax gaining map control early on, containing the Terran on 2 bases, containing them on 3 bases. Like, MaxPax was very comfortable in game 2, and this double gas opener tells us that Clem wants to take that away from MaxPax. He wants to take that away. He wants momentum early on instead. Clem wants to be the initial aggressor, not MaxPax. And we'll see if he can gain and maintain that momentum. See if Clem can pull that off. Here we go. And meanwhile, back at home, we were curious what was going to be done here with the initial aggressive start, Reactor Reaper Hellion. So it's going to be Reactor Reaper Hellion here out of Clem to gain map control. We'll see if he continues into additional Reaper production after this. On sound the initial Adept. Okay, just two Reapers, so I should say three Reapers, 2 Hellions. With this, going for the Starport follow-up, checking the vision. MaxPax, he is not fully aware. He saw the CC on the high ground, but didn't quite confirm that Starport. Are we going for the add-on swap? Are we going for a medevac with a tank drop, or into Banshee? Cyclone's on the way. We'll keep an eye out for that medevac. Yep, there it is. Medevac's on the way. He's going for the drop. Going for the drop across the map. Clem perks in, gets the Adept, nice snipe. Heads further back into the main, and it is going to be a Twilight Council opener into Blink from MaxPax. Clem has yet to confirm, but it's MaxPax. There's a higher chance it's going to be happening. Reapers are shut down, and MaxPax, he will defend the natural. So it does fully wall off. It does defend. Clem is going to be forced back. And there it is, tank drop. So hyper aggression here from Clem. Is moving out, reinforcing with the tank. If this was a more standard follow, we would have seen a tech lab here into like Raven harass early on. But Clemmy continues. Does boost in. Oh, meanwhile, MaxPax, he's locked out of his own natural. Had to kill his pylon. MaxPax does get supply blocked. More pylons on the way. Probes are going to be targeted. Oh, and this is getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand here. It's going to be, what, 4 probe kills so far. Does 9 mining time, and Clem, he gets away. Does get away. Very nice drop here by Clem. Back at home, he's building up his tanks. And MaxPax, as he attempts to catch the medevac, doesn't quite catch it here. Doesn't quite find it. As Clem does get away, does pull back home. Now, Clem is getting ready. Oh, okay. He's getting ready for his 3-rack setup. We do have the eBay on the way here behind this, getting to +1. Now, Clem, he has dealt some economic damage and he's not stopping. He's going for another drop. Moving out for another drop. Clem, he is ready here for the Stalker harass. And we're waiting to see if Clem throws down extra axes or not. Like, Sandworm is a smaller map, so we could see even more aggression. For now, Stalkers, they dive into the main. Tank is in position. Massive shot's going to be going off. It's 2 SCVs. It's 2 SCV kills. Clem's still moving in. Does hit the main. Does hit the main base once again, getting another 4 probe kills. This time with Blink, and MaxPax should be able to defend. Medevac does escape, but I can't say the same for everything else. As Clem does focus on another probe and one more Stalker. Pulls out. He was able to get a full scout, confirms that Colossus are on the way. And Clem is expanding. He does not throw down 2 more axes. He throws down a CC. Clem is getting into the mid game. But you can already see like the stark difference here. Because of all this drop play, Clem, he has been able to get some counter damage and he's been able to force reinforcements back home, as opposed to game 2 where MaxPax, he was being more assertive here, diving in between the bases, getting SCV kills time and time again. This game he only got 2 SCVs, so we've seen a very different kind of dynamic between MaxPax and Clem here in the ace match. I would say a stronger start for Clem compared to the last game. I mean in general here. Has been a stronger start, moving out with another double drop. This time MaxPax, he will not spot this. He was somewhat in position, but barely does not get eyes on the drop. Clem, he's hunting for the Stalkers. Does them in. He gets 1. Ooh, bleeds out a medevac. Better trade for MaxPax. It's just a little bit more messy here from Clem. Catches out another Stalker. Not quite. Just the initial 2. Now, as Clem moves out, MaxPax ready for his own backstab. Prism is in position. Third base not being taken. And this is where MaxPax can punish. You know, once Clem does decide to push across the map, that's the moment where MaxPax can move in. He can move in. Ooh, as I say that, Vikings are in position as well. MaxPax, he has to be so careful. Again, ideally, MaxPax doesn't want to move in until he sees Clem push out. He goes in too soon. Yeah, it goes in too soon. It's going to be deflected. Oof, losing the Prism. Massive pickoff. And now there's nothing keeping Clem back. Nothing keeping him home. He can move out. Rotating towards the left. Interesting. Will on siege scans, he's looking for the 4th. Looking for the expansion. MaxPax took the base on the right. Clem pushing down mid. A bit of an awkward engage here. So rotate back around. Bleeding out Widow Mines. Oh! MaxPax, he gets 1. Celeron runs into the bunker. Tank is going to get picked up. Nice pick off there by MaxPax. Clem getting caught off guard. And geez, you can see the supply disparity here between Clem and MaxPax. Again, a lot of that is because of the economic damage. Like this game, Clem just had so much more momentum. MaxPax trying to keep up. He has potential with those disruptors, true. Does have potential. He can pop off. But really, MaxPax has to rely on those disruptors. Clem is moving in. Behind this, there is no 4th CC, so Clem is quite committed. He hasn't thrown down an expansion yet. So he has to break through. There he goes off. Oh no! Ooh, he does not split. Takes it to the face. Ooh, that was brutal. That was brutal. That was an over that Max actually was hoping for. Clem's still trying to push through. Like, you couldn't have asked for a better Nova. That was crazy. That was... Like, Clem, he's known for taking storms completely to the face and just standing in the full duration. But that was insane. Oh my god. Nova pops off. 4th CC on the way. This tells us that Clem, he has now accepted he won't kill MaxPax. He's not going to kill him. Or he won't be able to. So 4th CC to build up towards a longer game state. Now 1 Nova is sometimes all it takes. Clem, he will deny the 5th. Not bad. MaxPax sneaking out the ninja base. He threw down this Nexus before the 5th. So very cheeky so far. He's getting away with it. Yeah, Clem, he backs up. Clem, he should deny this expansion, but he doesn't know. He doesn't know what's been taken. Thankfully, they're setting up a drop towards the main, and he will come across the expansion. Now he knows. Instantly rotates. Instantly pulls back. And this time, oh wait, this time Clem he will punish. Expansion's gonna go down. Ooh, and now MaxPax, he's stuck on 3 bases. He needs a 4th. Just lost his 4th and his 5th base. MaxPax taking bottom right. No shot. There's no taking this base. It's a bold move, but Clem, he's gonna check. He's gonna check. He will confirm. There's no saving this. And this is all that Clem needs to do, is deny the 4th. Deny the 4th base over and over and over again. That is Clem's win condition, as Clem is maxed. And this time Clem pulls away. This time he pulls away. Takes down a Colossus. And this time Clem is a little bit more attentive to his army. Stims on in. Denies the expansion. Does deny the expansion. Likewise moving forward. Oh! Actually, Marauder's not bad. Marauders, they get caught by the Novas. That's a lot of Disruptors. That's a lot of Novas. Oh my god. Once again, connects with the tank and brings it down. Meanwhile, Clem dropping into the main. Oh, using SimCity against MaxPax here. There are Colossus. Colossus does rotate throughout all this. Clem, he took his 4th base, now throwing down additional CCs, getting a 5th. And Clem is getting out of hand. He's getting out of control here. He has map control, he has more bases, more economy. Something that the Protoss should have instead. Now, there is always potential when it comes to head-on fights. Because there are so many Disruptors, it means that MaxPax can still win head-on. But he's pretty all-in, is what I will say. Like, MaxPax, he has to win a fight and go from there. As MaxPax doesn't really have much longevity in this game. He's just now trying to retake that 4th. So let's catch out to those Metamax. Nice snipe there from MaxPax. Just on the drop. You can see Clem, just whenever he rotates, Disruptors, they're waiting for him. He just can't do anything. Cannot push into the Disruptors, and he does miss that 4th base. He checks bottom right. Doesn't check the triangular 3rd. He's about to. He spots it. That's spot the expansion. Now he knows where to focus his attention. Notice he's taking his gold. Meanwhile, he's been taking out. We have 3-3 on the way. We have the Fusion Core for Advanced Ballistics. Clem is getting into his Liberators. He stims in. Where are the Disruptors? Disruptors out of position. Yeah, without Disruptors, the main army denies the expansion. MaxPax not where he needs to be. He missed the rotation. You can see the Disruptors, they do a great job at zoning away the army, but they have to be ready for it. They have to be ready for the army. MaxPax is trying to keep up with the rotations. Gee, how many does he have? 11! 11 Disruptors! Ay, ay, ay. Knocks down the rocks. Takes out fourth base behind this. So far, we're moving in. Oh my god, that's a lot of freedom. It's a lot of freedom zones here. Zoning back the army. Again, MaxPax, he has gained map control. Forcing Clem back. Again, MaxPax, he's maxed out. He was struggling to do so. But again, because that high disruptor gun, he can take these fights. With the freedom zones, they say something else. Yeah, Liberation gets thrown down. Ooh, decent Novas. Yeah, Novas are connecting. MaxPax, he has to pull away. He has to pull out. As Liberators, they do keep sieging him, but they just force him further back. And now he starts bleeding out the Disruptors. Yeah, Disruptors, they start to fall. Bleeds out two of them. Archons as well. And normally this would be okay, but normally MaxPax would have an economy, would have a bank. Here you can see how oversaturated he is. He can't really afford these losses. It takes too long to rebuild because of the economic game state. Like, this all comes down to the economy. It all comes down to how late the fourth was. Double scan reveals the fourth and the fifth. Like, this is why MaxPax plummets in supply and why the supply doesn't catch back up. Like, MaxPax, he just has no minerals. He has no money. He's heavily oversaturated. The worker count doesn't really tell the story. Ooh, Novas go off, massive, oh my god, takes Novas to the face, but GG gets called. Clem here overwhelms, and Clem will take the series 2-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Clem, he will claim the series, he will advance on to the grand finals. Congratulations. Shout out to MaxPax, because MaxPax did force the ace match. It is not easy to go to the ace match here against Clem, and MaxPax did look very, very comfortable in game 2, and I'm pretty sure that did lead into the build of choice from Clem here in game number 3. Just to emphasize once again, Clem, he was much more successful early on with drop play. He killed, I want to say, like 9+ workers early on. He was able to, more importantly, keep warp-ins back at home, keep reinforcements back at home, and keep MaxPax pinned, being more defensive, as opposed to the more active style that he usually enjoys, that we saw in game 2. Like, you can see the stark contrast between game 2 and game 3, between MaxPax's style and how he was able to play out the game. So you can see those differences. Regardless, GG, well played. Congratulations, Clem, who will advance on. And up next, we have the grand finals here. It's going to be a best of 5 between Clem and SKillous. Let's go. It's going to be a team kill. Let's go. The Team Liquid boys are going to be facing off once again. Here we go. As we are catching up. Yo, bromista, cálmate, papi, cálmate. Catching up in the chat. I want to go to Korea. One day, papi, one day. The idea of GSL comes back. Go to a GSL. See everything live. Be amazing. Be amazing. Just catching up. But it looks like our players, they need a moment. They do need a moment, so we do have vetoes underway. As a reminder, it's going to be a best of 5. Best of 5 grand finals between Clem and SKillous. We're going to continue our streak of TVP. And again, SKillous, he had an amazing performance already to take down herO in the upper semis. And we'll see how he compares to Clem. Clem, he has typically been, I mean, I was going to say the kryptonite of SKillous, but I mean, Clem, he is the best player in the world. So it's difficult for anyone to go up against Clem. We'll see what SKillous has in store for us, though. Again, this is also where, like, mind games come into play. SKillous, he, of course, notoriously, we've had plenty of boot camps or Team Liquid boot camps in the past. where players like SKillous, alongside a Laser, alongside Clem, and many others all come together to practice, to improve, and to work on builds together. So we'll see how that all comes to pass. We shall see. Hold on, because I know that they faced off recently in a Wardy tournament. I think like Wardy February, I want to say. Let's see. Or am I thinking of the TLMC events? Maybe. Yeah, Wardy February, that's it. So SKillous and Clem, they face off most recently in the WardiTV February, the monthly that they do host. That was last month. Before that, there was actually a back and forth. SKillous, he actually did take down Clem in Hub Cup number 6. Clem did get his revenge, but we had 2 ace matches. We had 2 ace matches between them, so SKillous, he has brought Clem down in the past. We'll see if he can do it again. We'll see if he can do it in a greater series, though, in a best of 5. Oh boy. Because even though SKillous has defeated Clem's in best of 3s, just checking for confirmation here, I don't think SKillous has ever beaten Clem in a best of 5, or in a longer series than just a best of 3. Yeah. Has not done so. Oh boy. So it'll be a first. It'll be a first if he can pull it off here. As we're getting into game number 1, it's going to be on Killer's Mile. Once again, let's go. And once again, I appreciate that we're featuring some of the new TLMC maps instead of the older ladder maps. Players are more willing to embrace them, and here we go. Spawning in the top right hand corner of Killer's Mile, we have the red Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is SKillous. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Clem. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into Killer's Mile for the second time in today's broadcast. Let's go. Now, we did see it come into play here where, I mean, some of the pathing was actually a little bit awkward for some of the players' movement, just because we have some kind of more quirky attack paths here where it can be a little bit awkward to rotate between them just because of the terrain. Likewise, we did see previously the third base is more exposed. I expected our Terran player to be more aggressive to take advantage of that. Double gas, by the way. Double gas opener. But last time we saw this between MaxPax and Clem. MaxPax, he was the aggressor. He was containing Clem and giving Clem a much harder time. We see Clem already changed his approach though. So double gas opener, this can lead into Reactor Reaper Hellion, this can lead into Cyclone drops, can lead into a tank drop, can lead into Banshee play, committed mine drops as well. There are a multitude of different builds and different styles that Clem can approach here with a double gas opener. We'll see what it's going to be. Likewise, it's going to be up to SKillous to scout to confirm what it is as well. As the factory is on the way, SKillous is going to be his own back. Back at home, standard opener out of SKillous. Going gate, cyber expand. And we'll see what Clem goes for. And again, if you're in the chats, Gamba time. Predictions are about to close, so best of luck. Best of luck, back. As we have yet to pick our tech of choice. Of course, last series, MaxPax did go for a Twilight Council every game. Twilight Council into Blink. We'll see if SKillous... Oh, he does mix it up. He's going for the Stargate. Let's go. So Stargate openers are viable, 100%, but they're more viable, I will say, on larger maps. Larger maps are where Stargate openers can thrive because it is more difficult for the opposing player to punish the Protoss. Here on Killer's Mile, I'm very torn. I'm very torn because the attack path is very direct on this map. It's very direct, and we'll see if Clem is able to take advantage of SKillous. But now Clem does open 1-1-1, going into a mine drop. I believe that's the second Widow Mine. Sorry, the first. First Widow Mine is done. Starport finishing up. So Past Starport. Clem has yet to confirm what's going on. Is going to be the Phoenix opener here out of SKillous. Is opening Phoenix. Clem does rotate. Back at home, we do have our early tank production. Oh, this is gonna be quite brutal here. So Clem is first gonna be moving out with the Marine Widowmine, but again, the tank production has commenced quite early on here for Clem. So we'll see if he does reinforce. For now, here comes the first drop. Here comes the first drop. Clem pulling away. Clem does make his way towards the main. Second tank is in production for Clem. With this, he will boost forward. Again, Clem still doesn't really know what's going on. Now he does recognize what's happening. He does scout to the Phoenixes, and it's going to be cleaned up. But despite that, he will target down as many probes as he can. He gets one, he gets two, he gets four. And 4, 5 probe kills. Very nice damage. He will lose everything, but he will get 6 probes in the process. Very nice damage. He confirms the build. And what do we go for? Does he have enough Vikings? Throws down another Rax. He's only got 2 Vikings. He's going to be stuck at home. So Clem is going to be more defensive. He doesn't really have the setup to punish his opponents. There's no early Cyclones to support. So Clem has to defend. And SKillous, he will get away with map control and with Phoenix Colossus. So not Phoenix into charge, Phoenix into Colossus. The Bay is on the way. Clem is going to be contained. And right now, the pressure's on SKillous to make sure that no medevac slips out. To make sure there's no move out, there's no drop play. There's a run by to make sure that Clem is contained. And from here, SKillous, he can expand. Yep, he can go for a 3rd expansion, go for a 3rd base. Get into his upgrades, tech up into Immortals, into Colossus. Again, a very different approach to what MaxPax was doing. MaxPax was playing more standard. Remember, MaxPax, he went for the same build every game. He went 3-gate Blink, Robo before 3rd base. Every game. There's a very different style here out of SKillous. Reaper dives in, gets a full scout, gets eyes on the follow-up. Twilight Council Forge, and gets one more probe. Likewise, Phoenix to get 2 SCVs, not bad. They get 2 SCV kills, a 3rd TC's on the way for Clem. We're just calming down. We're just building up. On the one hand, I want to favor SKillous just because he's looking much more secure back at home, but at the same time, he has also a lot of SCVs. Sorry, he's also a lot of probes. He's got 7 workers so far. That has slowed him down. Likewise, Clem, he hasn't attempted to move out. He's just built up more Vikings. More Widow Mines. Just building up his forces before the eventual move out. And it's coming. He's just waiting for Sim. Waiting for Sim to finish. Ooh. Nice pickoffs here by SKillous. He threads the needle. Gets 3 SCVs. Gets 3 more SCVs. Clem, he does move out. Stim is now done. And now it's time to push. He's moving out with everything. He unsieges all of his tanks. As he pushes, he will expand. This is not an all-in, but still very aggressive move out here from Clem. Back at home, SKillous is getting ready. He did spot the move out, so he's warping in more Archons, more Zealots. With the Observer, he sees the army turning around, actually. Does see the turnaround, and now he moves out. He does move out, gets a 4th base. SKillous, he maintains map control. And we'll see if Clem can defend that 3rd. Oh, the wide shots. Good connections. 2 Phoenixes go down. SKillous second guessing himself here. does confirm that Clem is secure, now on 3 bases. And we're just being more passive. Yeah, we're just being more passive here. We have a second robo on the way. We have the Bay as well. Working towards Colossus, so Phoenix Colossus. It was initially Phoenix Charged, now Colossus production. We have Safety Immortals. And SKillous is just building up his death ball of an army. At least attempting to. So again, bearing in mind SKillous, he does spot this. Does see the mirror with the Observer. SKillous is getting ready for an attempted surround. Is ready. Yeah, SKillous is going to collapse in, going for the tanks. And Clem is getting caught with his pants down here. Mind Shots, they do pop up. They shut down the Zealots, but the tank count is reset. That's still a little fire though. That's still a little Marines. SKillous does pull away. Does pull away. He resets those just the tanks with the Widow Mines as well. Once again, pushing forward. This wasn't a bad fight for SKillous, splitting out mainly Zealots. Did lose 1 Archon. It's 1 Archon and 21 Zealots. And reset the tank and Widow Mine count. From here, pulls away. So once again, very nice positioning. I mean, this Observer was the MVP. The MVP Observer.
Upgrade complete.
Clem, he has yet to confirm or yet to take notice of it. It's moving out. As Phoenixes are finally being almost reset. 2 Phoenixes left. SKillous taking another expansion. Oh, and it looks like he does have enough freedom to build up his Colossus count. Here we go. The Colossi are now on the way. He's got 2 so far. From here, he can get up to 4. There are still a couple of Vikings left over for Clem from the Phoenixes, so these Vikings, they still have value here for the Terran. So SKillous, he has to be careful. He does spot the move out with the Observer. Does spot the army. SKillous, he has to abandon the base. Pulls away. Gee, that's a lot of Vikings. 7 Vikings here for Clem. As Clem moves out, Zealots, they do get the mineral line. They try to peel off here. And then a couple of SCVs. A couple of workers do fall. Widow Mines are being cleaned up. And not a single shot goes off. Just very patient play here from SKillous. Comes in, cleans up all the mines. That 1 Observer still just parked on the army. That is a lot of ghosts though. A lot of EMPs. SKillous, I'm not sure he can actually engage with the army here. Is he ever extending? He peels off, he goes into the mineral line. More SCV's going to be going down. You have Zealots here towards the 3rd, Zealots into the natural, and the main army towards the 4th. It's going for the planetary. And they dive in. Massive EMPs on the Archons. Yeah, the Archons are going down. The Vikings, they shot down the Colossus, and this is not the fight here to take. SKillous, he will lose everything. The Vikings, they land, and SKillous, it's going to be a close one. Zealots, they come in from behind, but it's not enough. It's not enough. SKillous, he will lose almost the entire army here. The Zealots, the Colossus, and the Immortals. Planetary is done. And Clem, he cleans up. At a cost, though. He will lose 38 SCVs. That's a lot of workers. Oh my god, the work count almost reset here, down to 36 SCVs left, cut in half. So his economy is in shambles, but he does win the fight. Back across the map, we need reinforcements. SKillous, he has to warp in as quickly as possible. We have Disruptors on the way, Colossus on the way as well. Clem, he needs to counterattack here, and now he has a larger army. Clem is moving out. Is a Disruptor. Never goes up. Just zones away. SKillous, he's not out of the woods yet here. As the game progresses, SKillous, he's in a better position, that is true. And Clem, he runs back home. He runs back home. He defends against the Zealot run by. And SKillous, Nikita, he maintains his lead. He's got the better economy, he's got the better base count, and he will soon have the larger army. The army is still lacking, that is true. Like, the army is still where he's the most vulnerable. But time is on his side. I'm looking for another way in. SKillous almost catching him out. Almost. Clem is going to be pulled away. SKillous moving forward. SKillous, he can't afford these trades. Even if he bleeds out a couple of zealots, it's still worthwhile here for the Protoss. Yeah, very worthwhile. There it goes off. No magic connection, still one more Nova behind this. One more Nova. Oh! Decent connection, takes down a Marauder. A couple of Marines. Likewise, going to be on skills here to focus on those those Vikings. Hot pickup, saves the Colossus. Yeah, he's going to overwhelm. He's just going to completely overwhelm Clem here. Clem, he just cannot keep up. Too many economic losses earlier. Being chased back. And SKillous, he's so close to breaking Clem. I mean, you could argue he already has. And GG gets caught. The writing was on the wall. SKillous, he will take a lead in the series. He will take game number 1. Whew, GG. Oh my god, GG, well played. Very nice play there by SKillous. Again, a completely different approach than what we saw from MaxPax. SKillous instead opening up Stargate into Phoenix. Alas, with that, we saw that Clem, he did blindly open up ByuN into Tank. Tanks as a follow-up, and he wasn't really able to apply any pressure or try to punish his opponent. SKillous, he got away with it. He did get away with it. SKillous from there, he was able to build up, get into his 3rd base, get into his 4th base. More importantly than anything, I want to say is that what was really the winning move for SKillous was his vision, his map vision, his map control. That one observer saw everything and it never got sniped, it never got scanned. That one observer just keeping an eyes on the rotations, on the move outs, on Clem pulling back home as well. SKillous, he saw everything thanks to the observers, and that allowed him to take better fights. If you remember, time and time again, SKillous, he was able to outposition Clem because he saw his movement. He saw everything that Clem was up to. So very nicely done there by SKillous. And with that, we're now getting into game number 2. Of course, it all culminated in SKillous pushing towards the end of the game when he moved out, when he was able to break the economy of Clem, where Clem barely held, but at the cost of 39 SCV kills. So didn't really hold on, didn't really survive that, as that was game-ending damage. And with that, that leads us into game number 2. Now, as a reminder, best of 5. As a reminder, this is a best of 5, so plenty more games ahead of us, plenty more games to come. And when it comes to the history between these two players, SKillous, he has defeated Clem before in series. That is true. He has done it before, but SKillous, he has never beaten Clem in a best of 5. That has not happened. He's beaten him in best of 3s in shorter series, but here in a best of 5, that hasn't happened yet. What I will say though is that SKillous, he is in form right now. He is peaking in skill. SKillous, he's looking better than he has in, I mean, maybe his entire career at this point. He's been improving so much over the past 6 months. And now would be the time. Now would be the time for Nikita. Let's go. We'll see if he can do it. We'll see if he can cause that upset. As we're loading into Ultra Love. Let's go. Let us go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our red Protoss player, representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is SKillous. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the French Terran player, the blue Terran himself, also representing Team Liquid, as this is a Team Liquid team kill. It is Clem. It's been a long time since we had a team kill in the finals. I'll be honest, it's been a very long time. I think I'm just trying to think back here when it comes to online tournaments and team kills. The closest or the most recent that comes to mind is KaiZ Gaming, back when they were a team. Of course, back when both Dark and herO were on DKZ, we would see DKZ finals in like KSLs or ESL Open Cup Asias. We would see that, but yeah, like nowadays, I feel like a lot of players are spread out, right? Like a lot of players are spread out. You know, Dark and herO are still active, but they've been on separate teams for a long time. Even now, they're currently teamless. Yeah, so I feel like finals team kills don't happen as often as they used to back in the day. Back when, I guess, players were a little bit more consolidated on specific teams. So, great to see. A little bit nostalgic seeing a Team Liquid team kill. I feel like that's what Team Liquid was known for a long time, especially back in Heart of the Swarm, when you'd see all the Team Liquid boys go to these, go to like the open stage of a tournament. You'd have players like Tasia, herO, TLO, Rets, right? Like they had a pretty large roster, and very often that there would be like some team kills going on in the early rounds. It's like, it's a smudge. Wasn't there a Cure Clem finals recently, one of the Mondays? True. That was actually, I think that was last week, right? I think last week sorry, not a Cure Clem finals. It was Cure and Clem. They faced off in the finals, not in the weekly. That was in was that in TLMC? Yeah, that was in the Team Liquid Map contest. Yeah, Wardy's tournament. They played in the finals of the TLMC tournament. But that did happen. We didn't cast it, unfortunately, but did occur. But maybe in another WardiTV Monday, maybe. I'm sure they must have. Cure and Clem. I'm having a look. We're at 27. Actually, I just look it up. Clem versus Cure. So now we're getting into a more standard opener. This time Twilight Council. Twilight Council in the blink. No crazy Stargate play to SKillous this time. Meanwhile, double gas opener. One base all in. my apologies. Sorry, I was reminiscing about the past, but Clem is going for a one base all in. He's crazy. 1-1-1, no CC, no expansion. SKillous is going for a safe opener. He's going 3-gate blink into a robo, but he needs that immortal. He doesn't see this coming. Doesn't see this coming across the map, as it's going to be all or nothing here for Clem. I'll look into the history of Clem and Cure after this, but they faced off. Yeah, they haven't played in the finals of a weekly cup, but they did play in the TLMC event. So yes. They didn't play in the weeklies, but they did play in the TLMC event. Meanwhile, here we go. First Stalker gets caught out, and here comes Clem. He's boosting in. Thankfully, there's a shield battery. True. From here, we might have to pull the boys. Tank does siege, and the tank's within range of the gateway. And this is brutal here because the gateways are limited right now for SKillous. Doesn't have many to work with. Gateway's under fire. It's gonna go down. Boys have been pulled here to repair. And SKillous, he has one gate. Oh, he has one gateway to warp in. And he has no immortal. And without the immortal, I don't think, yeah, he gets depowered. Without the immortal, I don't think he can hold here. Clem, he's snowballing out of control. He breaks the natural, takes down the shield battery. And SKillous, he didn't see this coming. He didn't have a unit out on the map. He didn't see the all-in. And SKillous, it's time for him to be caught with his pants down. And now we get the immortal, but it's too little too late. He stims on, he blinks on forward, takes down the tank. But another does arrive to take its place. Second tank is here. We do see SKillous trying to snipe it. Alas, doesn't get close. He does distract the army, but GG. Yeah, GG gets called. There's nothing left. And Clem will tab the series 1-1. Whew, GG. Clem does tie things up. We have it back and forth. Clem, he was like, you know what? I'm not going to go to the mid game again. Not against SKillous. Not to the mid game. Not to the mid to late game. No. Just one base all in, baby. Just send it. And yeah, this is something that Clem does like to mix in. There are certain players. I think of Clem. I think of ByuN. I think of Maru, and I think of Oliveira. I mean, Oliveira not anymore, but there are some certain Terran players that are willing to go for one base all-ins like this, and yeah, Clem is one of them. Does cheese SKillous out, and with that, we're getting into game number 3. Whew, just like that, we are tied up, and we'll see who will gain momentum coming into that third game. Who will take a lead in the series, as game 3 is going to be on Amygdala. Looks like game 3 is Amygdala, game 4 is Ley Lines, and game 5 is Sandworm. Okay. As you can hear, the beeps are loading into that third game. And again, SKillous, he works so hard for game 1. Like, he works so hard for it. Committed so hard. But alas, here, we're now tied up, and now we're getting into game 3 and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Amygdala. We have our French Terran player, our blue Terran, representing Team Liquid. Tying up the series 1-1, it is Clem. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss himself, representing Team Liquid, as well as this is a team kill. It is SKillous. Here we go. But yes, when it comes to Clem vs herO, just catching up on that. They typically face off like in quarterfinals or semifinals. They have not played in a finals of an Open Cup yet, at least not this year. They did play in the finals last year in 2024. True, that did happen back in 2024 of the Open Cups, I mean. Of course, they recently did face off in the finals of the Team Liquid map contest tournament, which WardiTV did feature last week. Of course, now the TLMC voting phase has ended, so hope you were all able to vote. We did try to remind as often as possible. And I'm excited to see what the results. I'm very excited to see what the results entail and how the voting concludes. And what maps get chosen to be added to the map pool. Do look forward to it. But so far we are going to be settling in. Again, double gas, sorry. So double gas open out of Clem. The chances of Clem going for a one base all-in, I want to say, is lower here on Amygdala. Amygdala is a larger map. Amygdala has a longer rush distance by ground, so I don't expect Clem to be as aggressive here. I mean, I don't expect it to be as successful on Amygdala. So I do say that SKillous is going to be a little bit more safer. But Clem is still going for an aggressive start. He should go for a CC after this, but this can lead into Reactor Reaper Hellion, this can lead into Cyclones, into tank drops, into Banshee play. But Clem, he will expand this time. Clem is expanding. Last week, I think they played a best of 7. Yes, that's what I've been... I've said it a couple of times. Last week they played in the finals of the TLMC tournament. In the WardiTV TLMC event. Ooh, meanwhile, safe opener. SKillous going to be opening up Robo. Okay. Going to be a Robo open out of SKillous. With this means that SKillous, he can open up with a faster Immortal. It can lead into a faster Colossus, into an early Prism. But very safe play here by SKillous. Interesting. I don't think it's necessary to open up too safely here on Amygdala, but SKillous, after the last game, it feels like he's a little bit paranoid. Now, thankfully, SKillous, he did scout the expansion. So he's aware there's no one base all-in, not this time. Robo's on the way. It's going to be a War Prism first. This is what makes this opener a little bit more versatile, is that if you confirm that you don't need the early Immortal, you can go for War Prism instead. Hallucination Scout is denied. We can see, oh, okay, it's going to be the early drop into early tank production. Drop is moving out. The Hallucination, for the most part, did confirm the medevac. And here comes Clem. Clem, he does boost across the map. SKillous back at home, trying to keep up. Oh, he does spot the Medivac, but is it too late? Yeah, it's too late. Does miss it. Drop comes in. SKillous out of position. Worker's going to be going down. So far, he gets 2, he gets 3, forces the recall. Yeah, again, SKillous, he barely did miss that drop, getting 6 worker kills. And Clem, he will escape. He will boost away. Not losing a single unit, actually. It's a very, very nice drop here by Clem. Gets 6 probes, pulls out. Across the map, we can see SKillous going for his own counterattack, going for a depth drop into the main. Going for the drop. And he will get some SCVs at least. He gets 2. Gets 2 SCVs, does pull out. Does preserve his units. I spoke too soon. Oh no, I spoke too soon. The lock-in is brutal here at Clem. He will chase down that Prism and he will barely get the snipe. Ay, ay, ay. Prism goes down. Adepts are hunted down as well. There's 1 Adept left. And this is a rough start for SKillous. SKillous, he lost workers, he lost the War Prism, he lost 1 Adept. And I worry about the move outs. So typically we wouldn't see a move out like this, but without the War Prism, there's nothing to threaten Clem. Like, there's nothing to keep Clem back at home, as he's more free to push. Based on his tank positioning, I imagine he will. Oh. Hallucination confirms that the army's still at home. See if Clem does move out. SKillous gonna try to move out instead. This is a little bit risky here. SKillous is taking up, throwing down extra gateways, going into charge +1 into Archon production before the 3rd expansion. Very committed. SKillous, ideally he wants to look for the army, and he does see the army's missing. He sees it. Yeah, he sees the rally. Does see the rally. He knows he rotates. But does SKillous have enough? That I'm less certain of. As here comes Clem. Remember, this is before Stim as well. Stim isn't even done. Clemmy checks. He confirms no expansion. No 3rd base. He backs off. Clemmy gets the hell out of here. He's like, hold on. Something's wrong. And what's wrong? 2 base all in. We basically have a 2 base all in here from SKillous. SKillous so committed on 2 bases. This is a way to recover, though. What I will say is that SKillous' 3rd base is very late. This is a very late Nexus for SKillous. It's just been a really awkward game. It's been a very awkward game for SKillous, but the gold base will help him recover. The gold is on the way. Now, maintaining the gold is a different question entirely, but is going to attempt to. Let me rotates once again. SKillous, he does have the Zelnaga, so he will spot the army. SKillous, he rotates, he's keeping up. This time I believe they're, yeah, Clem, he has Stim. He heads towards the gold. Drop into the main base. And with all these tanks, Clem, he should deny the gold. He doesn't know. Doesn't quite take notice of it yet. Hopefully he checks. Drop does pull away. Clem. Clem, check. At least check the base. Doesn't check the gold, and Clem, he could have denied this, but he pulls away. He pulls away. He doesn't confirm. So Clem, he saw that there was still no 3rd expansion here, so most likely he probably believes there's an all-in coming. So this is a misread from Clem. He saw no expansion, he probably believes there's a 2-base all-in, so Clem takes a more defensive stance, when really SKillous, he expands, and he gets away with the gold. Whew, okay. So SKillous with the fake out, takes the gold, holds on to it. Clem takes a more defensive position instead. I mean, SKillous was still being quite aggressive. It's true. Oh. Who is it? Who is it? Oh, no, no! Pommy! No! As, looks like unfortunately one of our casters is lagging out. Hopefully everything's okay. as the main armies are about to clash. Skillous moving in. I'm not sure if he can push into this though. Yeah, Zealots are falling. We do have Zealots getting into the middle line though. Boys are being pulled away. And Clem does stand forward, going for the Archon. Archon does fall, but there might just be barely enough Zealots. Not quite. Yeah, not quite. Not enough Zealots. 10 SCVs go down, but Clem, he will hold. He's going for the Immortals. Takes down the Archon, and he will clean everything up. This was not the fight to take. As Skillous, he will lose the entire army. He plummets in supply. I assume the goal base was so that Skillous could recover and get into the mid game. But that's not the case. That's not the case. Skillous, he committed to a fight. Pushed into pre-siege tanks. And Clem will overwhelm. Clem, he will overwhelm. Skillous, he has to fall all the way back. And again, he just lost the bulk of his army. He has no backbone here. He's got one Immortal, he's got one Archon. Clem is going to stem in. Repositioning his tanks. EMP does connect with the Immortal. And Clem scans. He's looking for another expansion. He still hasn't seen the gold. At this point, he can assume, at least I hope he would. It might just be like skipping his mind here that there would be a goal base. Not the immediate thought. And that is keeping Skillous in the air, but there we go. GG gets called. The writing was on the wall. Again, the lost fight earlier was the moment for Clem, and with that, Skillous taps out. Clem takes a 2-1 lead. Ooh, GG. Does take a 2-1 lead, and Clem is now one game away from becoming this week's WardiTV Monday champion. One game away. And again, that was just a really awkward game for Skillous. As a reminder, Skillous, he was likewise also going for his own kind of 2-base all-in because he was afraid of Clem's 2-base all-in. Like, both players would be just being hyper-aggressive, just building up. But if you recall, like, it was just a really rough start for Skillous, with Skillous losing workers and losing his War Prism as well. Like, the initial opener was really rough for Skillous, and with that, Skillous, he kind of stumbled his way into the mid-game. He kind of went for a 2-base all-in, and then he realized that he needed to expand. He went into the goal base, but happened to push at the same time, and yeah, lost everything. Did lose everything. GG, well played. And with that, so we're going into game number 4, and we'll see if Skillous can bring it back and force the ace match. I'm hoping for an ace match. The ace match is going to be on Sandworm. I would love to see more games on Sandworm, but for now, we're loading into ley lines. And the pressure is now on the Protoss. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have our red Protoss player. We have a red Protoss representing Team Liquid. It is Skillous. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the French Terran player, also representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Go. We are calming things down. Now, for the past 2 games, Clem has gone for double gas openers. He's gone for double gas openers and has been hyper aggressive with it. We'll see if he goes for that again 3 games in a row, or if he calms things down and goes for something more economic instead. Welcome one and all to ley lines. Ley lines is, I would say, probably the most standard map of standard map in the map pool. Despite that, double gas out of Clem. Time and time again, we have seen Cyclone drops. We've seen a lot of Cyclone drop play out of Clem. We have seen a little bit of Reacted Reaper Hellion. We'll see if we go for the Cyclone drop, a tank drop, a 1-base all-in. Clem, he's got options. We haven't seen Banshee play though. No Banshees yet out of Clem. Likewise, out of Skillous, out of the 3 games so far, Game 1, Stargate. Game 2, Twilight Council. Game 3, Robo. Like, we have seen 3 different tech openers out of Skillous every game so far in this series. Likewise, it's also been very diverse. It's been very diverse. I wasn't really too fond of the Robo opener on Amygdala, just because Amygdala was a large map anyway, but I can see the argument for a Robo opener here, as actually we have a gate cyber into Nexus. We have yet to confirm our tech. We'll see what Skillous goes for. For a moment, you could hear the inflection of my voice. For a moment, I thought it was a gate expand. I was like, ah, we're good. Did have the cyber core. Ooh, going for a sentry opener. Okay. Does go for a sentry opener, very safe here by SKillous. The power of a sentry opener is a hallucination, because a hallucination will tell you everything you need to know. But now, double gas into factory. We should be seeing a CC on the low ground for Clem. I say we should be seeing a CC. Again, Clem, he's already gone for a one base all-in once before. Ooh, he's doing it again. I was concerned because I didn't see an SCV moving to the low ground, so yeah, it's gonna be a one base all in, going for the 1-1-1. But this time SKillous, he will scout. This time he will confirm. This is something. Oh, hopefully he does. SKillous rotating in. Clem trying to deny the scouts, and the hallucination, there we go, does confirm, does get eyes on the starport, as opposed to game 2, this time SKillous sees everything. Now, because SKillous sees the 1-1-1, this may deter Clem, but at the same time, it's just such a late CC to begin with, we may just commit anyway. As Marines are building up, and SKillous' response, Dark Shrine. I love this response, by the way. Now, because it's a one base all in, or because it's a 1-1-1, no CC means limited scans. So going for DTs as a defensive move here makes so much sense. Makes a little sense. We have shield batteries on the way. Now, as a reminder, in game 2, Clem, he went for a one base all in, he broke SKillous, but SKillous, if you remember, he didn't see the build, he didn't confirm what was going on. SKillous had no idea what was happening until it was too late. So SKillous, he had just a really late response, and that's why game 2 went south as quickly as it did. That was on Ultra Love. Blizzard missed out. Meanwhile, SKillous going for the proxy pylon for the proxy Dark Shrine or proxy DT warpins. Here comes Clem's move out. And again, it's all or nothing. Clem will most likely pull a couple of boys. There we go. There are a couple of SCVs here in the medevac. This is the same build that we saw in game 2. It's all or nothing for Clem. But SKillous, he knows this time. This time he has the power of knowledge. The power of foresight. Is it going to be enough? Dark Shrine is done. Show us the DTs. Where are the Dark Templar, by the way? As tank does siege up, massive tank shells going over in the Stalkers. Zelt's going to be going down. Nice target firing here. The Stalkers are falling. DT's warping in. There we go. The first ET has arrived. Yeah, we have one across the map, one back at home, and Clem, he backs off. He's forced to back off. Now, ideally, SKillous, he wanted to delay that DT to line it up with the DT across the map. I understand the hesitancy here in delaying, but there it is. GG gets called. The one base all-in is shut down by the Dark Templar, and SKillous forces the ace match. Whew, let's go. Let's go, Papi, let's go. So you can't one base all-in SKillous twice in a series. No, just once. Only once. SKillous this time is so much more attentive. And again, it was just so important that this time SKillous confirmed what was going on. He confirmed the all-in. DTs. DTs as a response. GG, well played. We're going to game 5. We're going to game 5. And we'll see how this story ends. As game 5 is going to be on Sandworm. Here we go. Okay. And again, Sandworm is going to be an interesting one. It's one of the smaller maps of the map. Well, smaller map, but also very defendable in the center. We might be able to embrace a longer game. Might be able to. Which is, I feel like, what SKillous wants. Like, SKillous, we've seen him thrive in a longer game state. We'll see. See, this is when Clem goes for the one base all-in 3 times in the series. 2 games in a row. Let's go. Third time is a charm for all-ins. No. SLA Chrononauts. Don't do it, Pappy. Not again. Not again. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Sandworm, we have the blue Protoss player. The blue Protoss representing Team Liquid. Whew. Tying up the series, forcing the ace match. Can he go all the way? Can he win the series? It is SKillous. And spawning in the bottom bottom left-hand corner of Sandworm, we have the French Terran player, the Red Terran, also representing Team Liquid, being forced into that game 5. We'll see if we can bring it back. As it does move out with an early SCV, it is a Clem. SCV moves out. He does avoid the main scouting path, and the goal here should be a proxy eBay. Should be an eBay block, I would imagine. As the SCV does wander in. Oh, a bit of mispathing there, so it is going to be a little bit more delayed. Probe is already on the low ground. Clem, will he be able to get this up and running? There's a pylon. Here comes the eBay. And it's barely out of vision. Wow, he barely stays out of vision. eBay's on the way, and SKillous, he will miss it. Yeah, he doesn't see the vision here on the building pylon. I mean, now he will confirm, but already plenty of progression. And the goal here is to force the unnatural natural. Now SKillous knows, and the eBay is almost done. Yeah, there's too much progression. Zealots on the way. This is brutal here for SKillous. A very brutal start. And the fact that he's making the Zealot tells us that SKillous, he doesn't want to take another expansion. He doesn't want to expand elsewhere. He doesn't want to go for the third. SKillous is stuck on one base. He's going to be stuck on one base. Back at home, Clem just chilling, throwing down his own factory, walling up, and getting to his own early game. Ooh, SKillous going for the go. Okay. That I was not expecting. True, you do need the Zealot for this. He does go for the gold, so he does go for the unnatural natural. I assumed the Zealot was to deal with the eBay, but no, the Zealot is to deal with the rooks. Okay. Does this line up? Do the rooks die by the time the Nexus finishes? That'll be ideal. As Clem, he hasn't confirmed. He hasn't seen this yet. But he knows that the eBay is untouched, so he has an idea. He has an idea what's happening. Oh, I mean, these rocks, they're quite tanky here. Nexus is about to finish. Meanwhile, Stargate opener out of SKillous and the Twilight Council. But if SKillous can get away with this gold base and SKillous, he can skyrocket ahead. Just making more depths, more DPS is required. Yeah, the rocks, they get to half HP by the time the Nexus finishes. And Clem is coming back in for the scouts. He's trying to figure, he's like, what's going on? Like, what's happening? Like, what's, are you expanding? Oh, he barely doesn't see the transfer. Doesn't spot the transfer. Boys are being pulled. Again, these rocks are difficult to break through. Oh, and Clem, he will go past the gold. Yeah, he confirms. He confirms here. Gets eyes on the expansion. Now Clem knows. And the pressure is now on Clem. Yes, there we go. The rocks are finally knocked down. So clearly one Zeld is not enough. One Zeld is not quite enough to bring down those rocks in time. Just for future reference. As Clem, he will follow this up with a second Rax after the starport, 1-1-1. Cyclone is out, and again, Clem most likely is going to push in towards that gold. And it's not going to be easy defense. Not with the Stargate opener. Phoenix, they run into the armor. No, the lock-on! Lock-on is brutal. And the first Phoenix is not going to go down. Whew, barely saved. Clutch moves there by SKillous. He does save the Phoenix. He does fall back. Shield battery is still in production, just now about to finish. And Clem, he doesn't keep pushing. Whew. Doesn't keep going. Pulls back for now. He's waiting for his tank. We have tanks on the way, more ByuN, more Vikings. SKillous going Phoenixes into charge. No Phoenix into Colossus. More Phoenixes are building up. Yeah, a couple of boys are being pulled here to repair. Clem pushes right down mid. Phoenixes, they do hit the mineral line, but that means they don't have him to defend. And does SKillous have enough? He's got the one shield battery. He's got the one shield battery. We have those boys. They hit a repair. Locals are brutal. Marines, they head towards the mineral line. Probe's going to be going down. Bunkers are on the way. And the tank does siege. And Clem has too much. Yeah, he has too much here. He's breaking through. Takes down the pylon. Adepte threatening the shade, and he has to commit. He has to. It's all or nothing. Commits to shade, does lift the tanks. Tanks get lifted. They get dropped. There's 3 adepts left. It's not enough. It's not enough. Clem, he breaks this defensive line. It was a bold move to rush into the goal base like this. I was excited to see if we could get away with it. The answer is no. The answer is no shot, buddy. No shot. As the goal base is going to be broken, and without the goal base, I mean, SKillous, he had all his eggs in one basket. He does at least transfer the workers, he does escape, but the expansion is going to fall. And Clem could just keep going. He can just, there's no shield battery. There's no shield battery. Charge is done, but there's barely an army left. Clem, he can keep pushing, and he will. The Vikings have landed. He's waddling in. And again, we're all learning the map together. What you can, what you can't get away with. Clem moving in. Nice force field. Very nice force field. Forcing friendly fire. Oh my god. Does force friendly fire. Takes down the first tank. But just the one. Just the one tank goes down. Clem still rallying across the map. Second tank has arrived. Vikings still waddling in. And this should be too much. Like, SKillous, he's rallying whatever he can into the main army, but he's not going to get much done. GG gets called, and Clem, he will take the series 3-2, becoming this week's WardiTV Monday 27 champion. GG. GG, well played. A very, very aggressive series here. Game 1, in my mind, was the highlight of the series. Like, SKillous looked so good in game 1. As SKillous, I think for the only time this series, he got into the mid game, got into a 4 and even 5 base setup. Like, SKillous, he was able to embrace the mid game and embrace a longer game state against Clem, and SKillous looked so damn good against Clem in game 1. And then chaos ensued. If you remember, game 2, 1 base all in. Game 3 was on Amygdala, where SKillous and Clem were like 2 base all-inning each other, and they both awkwardly got into a third, and it was just crazy nonsense. SKillous trying to go into the gold, into a failed push, so like a lot of chaos and a really rough start for SKillous when it came to Amygdala. Then after that, another 1 base all-in, and then here, SKillous forced to rush into the gold, and he was punished for it as well. So outside of game 1, we had just very, very short games, very aggressive games, and I mean, hey, in that chaos, went to the ace match. True, did go all the way to the ace match. Clem did take it in the end, congratulations. But shout out to SKillous, because SKillous, he was able to hold his own against Clem, and more importantly, able to win the macro game as well. So GG. GG, well played. With that, Clem is going to be our champion, and SKillous, he will bow out as the runner-up in this week's tournament. But I hope you all enjoyed yourselves, and again, congratulations to our 2 finalists. And yeah, we had a pretty interesting finals as well. Like, SKillous, I think this is like his first finals run in a WardiTV Monday. He's not known to make it this far in the WardiTV Mondays. Usually it's herO and Clem, or Solar, or MaxPax, or Dark, or even Cure. But yeah, instead we had SKillous coming out of left field. Really impressive performance here by SKillous to bring down herO to make it to the finals. Meanwhile, we have the rest of our week ahead of us. This is only merely Monday, and you can see how jam-packed you can see how jam-packed our schedule is. Oh my god. Jesus. We have a busy week. We have a very busy week ahead of us here. We do have tomorrow, the Biggest Roll Monday. Biggest Roll Monday is tomorrow, is going to be in less than 12 hours time. Jesus. It's 1 hour earlier as well, if I recall correctly. Let me double check that. Yeah, it is an hour earlier because of daylight savings. Oh boy, oh boy. So in around 7 hours, in around like 7.5 hours time, we're going to be live with the Biggest Roll Monday. On Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, as you can see, we have the HSL. What is the HSL? The HSL is the Hispanic Star League. That is basically GSL, but for the Spanish-speaking community. I say Spanish-speaking because it is Latino America alongside Spain. So Spain or Spanish players are also getting involved as well. So we have the HSL that is going to be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. That's going to be the group stage of the HSL. Meanwhile, those same days, but in the evening we have the Rex March Madness. If you were here last week, you would know that we did cover the qualifiers for the Rex March Madness, but that is another big online event that is taking place. We had some invites, we had a qualifier, the best of the best players in the world are facing off. We have heroes down in MaxPax, we have Clem, we have Shin, we have Solar, we have an amazing lineup, so look forward to that. That is going to be the group stage this week, and the playoffs are going to be next week. So the Rex March Madness is going to be popping off. We have the Pondcast on Friday, we have KSL on Saturday, we have MSO on Saturday, and then we have Firegrow Cup, Host Masters Cup, SCL, and Sparkling Tuna Cup. Now, because we have so much on Sunday, that's 4 events. Unfortunately, we will most likely, I'm gonna make the call here, most likely gonna have to cut one of those events off. Most likely Host Masters. So I got a lot of love for Gustavo, and Gustavo, he's been wanting us to cast a Host Masters for years. Like, unironically, it's been years since he's like, yo, do you want to cast like our tournament? I'm like, we just never have the time. And likewise here, we don't really have the time either. I would like to sleep at some point. So we will probably turn the Host Masters broadcast in, sorry, I say the Host Open broadcast into a replay cast, so I will let Gustavo know. Yeah, that is a Brazilian monthly tournament for those that are curious. That's a Brazilian monthly tournament organized by Gustavo Fring, if you will. I will let him know that we're probably gonna have to do a replay cast there because I would like to sleep. But yeah, we're in full swing here. As always on the CranKy Ducklings, we're live at least on a daily basis, or as you can see here, multiple times a day, sometimes twice a day like it usually is here, or even 3 times a day, not 4 times a day. Again, we're most likely going to be putting Host Masters, the Host Open, on the back burner for a replay cast instead. But yeah, there's just a lot to cast, and honestly, we could do even more casting. I say this before, but I'm actively turning down casting opportunities because our schedule's just so full. it's just such a full schedule. There's a lot of StarCraft. So it's gonna be a busy month, of course, as it always is here on the CranKy Ducklings. If you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the StarCraft, then do consider following us, as we do go live on a daily basis. Every single day we're at least live with 1 event, or typically multiple times with multiple events. So again, you can check us out there. ! Socials in the chat. We post on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings, live all the time, all the time. Where's the sleep, Pappy? True. Yeah. Again, I'm probably going to cut a cast out of Sunday. So it's probably going to be 3 casts on Sunday, not 4. I appreciate that y'all keep the Google Calendar updated. Yeah. I mean, yo, I rely so heavily on the Google Calendar. So heavily. Always. ! Calendar. Oh, I don't know what the command is. But regardless. Thanks for stream as always. We got you, Pappy. We got you. Take care of yourself. Yes. We can sleep and we can eat a little bit. It's all good. Speaking of our personal streams, I should be having a ladder session on Tuesday. As you can see, on Tuesday we only have 1 broadcast. Because of that, I should be able to go live with a ladder session after the Stego Monday, sorry, the Biggest Roll Monday. So if you are curious, if you want to tune into some live VIP ladder sessions, you can tune in on Tuesday. That is going to be tomorrow after the Biggest Roll Monday. So is going to be a lot of fun. I mean, I say that it's going to be a smooch session as always. Smooch. As we're very rusty, and as you can see, we just don't really get a lot of time to play. Like, I only ever ladder on stream, and I only ever stream whenever we have a day off or like an afternoon off. As you can see, we only have 1 afternoon off this week, so not a lot of time to play StarCraft. But you know, we try to play when we can, so you can check me out then if you wish. Otherwise, ! Patreon in the chat, and you get a link to our Patreon page. Our Patreon does have to be updated because we actually just got not a new patron, but someone, one of our patrons actually did increase the amount that they're giving us this month, and I believe we have now reached our new goal. So thank you so much to our patrons. Thank you so much to all the support that we get via Patreon as well. 100% of the money on Patreon goes towards our tournaments. It goes towards MSO, SDO, STC. It goes towards our regular events. So thank you so much for boosting the prize pool on our tournaments. We will most likely be updating the goal and what we have there. We're most likely going to be creating an update soon, but thank you so much. And again, if you want to help support us and you want to help support StarCraft, then you can do so via the Patreon. Thank you so much to all of our supporters. Gotta spell it correctly, yo. Yeah, it's 3 a.m. You want me to spell correctly at 3 a.m? Aye. But with that, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. I'm going to go and get some food, and then I'm going to go get some sleep, and I'll be up in time for the biggest on Monday, and then a cheeky ladder session after that. So do look forward to it. Otherwise, thanks for watching. We should also be having a Final Fantasy stream on Tuesday as well. We try to stream Final Fantasy at least once a week, so that's also why Tuesday is free in the afternoon. So that's going to be a Final Fantasy 14 session as well. Otherwise, thanks for watching. I wonder who that was. Yo, Turbo Quacker in the chat. Oh my, hi, Bappy. Thank you so much for increasing. I'm assuming it was Turbo Quacker. I could be wrong, but thank you so much. Thank you for the support. Do appreciate it. Thank you. Otherwise, we're gonna be heading off here for the time being. Again, we're gonna be back in 7.5 hours time. Otherwise, we'll see you when we see you, because I'm sure we'll see you at some point, because we are live all the time. Yo, we got all this. We cast more than any other channel out there, more than Wardy, Steadfast, Pig. We have all the casts. We have all the StarCraft. We have the quantity, and we have a little bit of the quality as well. A little bit. That's what we got here on the CranKy Ducklings. Otherwise, we'll see you next time. Until then, thanks for watching. Hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego. What is the day of?